probably one of the reasons why she's so shy. That's probably
he's probably just giving her money not to go back and find another job.
Yeah, no, she's probably not enough to have a savings, just enough to like buy some things. Like
I'll pay your bills, I'll pay your phone, I'll pay whatever.
I'm betting you anything. He's not paying her anything, so she is stuck in that situation. Because that's super easy to see.
Because he doesn't want that. When we were still together and he was like planning for quote unquote our future together, he expected after I graduate that I would break my lease, move in with him, and just 100% work for him and the channel. And then I was like, well, you're still going to pay me, right? And then he was like, no, because I'll pay for everything. What do you need any money for? And I was like, for a savings account. And he was like, no, like I'll pay for everything. Like you don't need a savings account. I'm like, dude, like it was so weird. And I was like, no, I don't plan on like just living with you. And then I was like, if I live with you, like I'm still working. And he was like, no, you're going to work for the channel. And I was like,
I need water.
May I just say how what he's saying has so many plot holes that I'm glad you found. Like, first of all, if you're not getting paid, like, what about your future? Because you are getting graduated, which is recent now.
Yeah.
He thinks that if you get graduated, you're not going to take that, what you've earned, to, do what you wanted and just play video games. Not saying that would be fun, but that's not what you wanted to do.
And it's not let alone to expect me to do that. Like,
expect is a lot different than asking. And also, once again, I don't think you would even want to work for the channel because there's still hate and all the, I don't think about Eleni, I just think she is invisible, I only think about Jen kind of stuff, which is even worse.
Mm-hmm.
And then why would you want to stay with him? And if you don't get paid, how are you gonna, I don't know, maybe, let's say, this might sound random, but like a retirement payment or something like that.
Yeah, you'd have no savings. Like, I would literally be forced to stay with him and live with him for the rest of my life. And any woman who's in that situation will literally be trapped because the only thing you can do is literally you'll have to leave, take none of your belongings, and go to a women's shelter. And then, like, be basically homeless, living in a shelter, and then, like, try to, like, get the startup in a job. But if you move to a shelter, you're not taking, like, your belongings with you. Like, you're literally bringing the bare minimum to the shelter. So you're not going to have, like, a huge wardrobe of, like, workforce clothes. Like, it's, like, so hard. You're not going to have, like, anything, really.
And the worst is, you could, I know this might sound random, but, like, what if you accidentally get a child?
Yeah.
What are you going to do then? How are you going to pay for that? Either you're going to leave it with Pat, which would be a terrible thing to do and probably not the best idea, or, either put in an orphanage or have to try and help him in the homeless thing.
Mm-hmm.
How long do we have a Liz is pregnant announcement?
No.
Probably not.
I could see him doing that just to keep her there.
Yeah.
You know how the girls usually, they say the women get the guy pregnant to keep him to stay?
Yeah.
Well, I think it might be the opposite way around then. He'd get her pregnant to try to keep her around.
So
she would probably wish it was a joke. Also, may I mention why is she wanting her to get pregnant? Or even letting her get pregnant, if the main possible quote-unquote reason he broke up with Jen is because, he doesn't want kids, which is...
Yeah. Well, look at the comment he asked her during that Q&A. If we had kids, how many would you want? Well, you don't just ask somebody that unless you are in the mindset somewhere in your life to have children. So it was just not Jen. It's because Jen wanted out of the situation probably, and it was just an excuse they both came up with to use to cover it.
Yeah.
Probably.
Which is a pretty pathetic and poor excuse because most people can work around the fact they don't want kids. Because people's minds change in the future.
If you really love a person, you're gonna figure it out. You're not gonna just divorce because of that.
Exactly.
And also, honestly, I'm just gonna put this out there. So I don't want children, but I know it's pretty realistic that most women want children. So the fact that you're a man who decided to marry your wife and then you are pretty shitty that you don't want to give her a family, you're holding her back from having a family. That's a piece of shit excuse. I'm sorry. Like, why did you get married if you didn't want to have a family? Like,
yeah, I mean, you could come up with something better than that.
Yeah.
So, like, let alone being married is not to, be with this person for your entire life. No, it is to be a part of a family with them, to live with them and have family. Like,
it's not inconceivable for married couples to just decide together, we don't want kids.
Yeah.
Like, some people just don't want kids. Some people shouldn't have kids.
Some people
just don't want kids. So if he didn't want kids, then why don't you go in and talk to your doctor so you don't have kids anymore?
Yes,
I don't ever have the chance of doing it.
And
he told you for the future tells me that the stuff with Jen was all fucking BS, just trying to cover up an abusive relationship.
Yeah, because he refused to use condoms. So I was like, why don't you have a vasectomy? And he was like, because I'm not going to get one of those because in the future, like, if I want kids, then I'm going to have to do another operation to reverse that. I'm like, but you don't want kids. And he's like, well, like, in the future, like, I do see myself wanting kids. And I was like, what the
fuck? Kids.
Why did you break up with her? Yeah, like, even if it's been 10 years. How old is Pat? Do you know how old Pat is?
32.
32. And they've been married for like 10 years or so. So they were married like when they were 20. They're still pretty young to still possibly have kids in the future. So why the frick do you think it's too late to have kids now?
Jen's time is getting close. Like, I mean, the older women get, sometimes they run the risk of complications. So she is on a time limit. He is not. He can have kids up until he's 70-some years old sometimes. It's not unheard of.
If they both eventually want a kid, why not just adopt if she can't have kids?
Exactly. Or why not just wait 10 more years and see how you feel? Or wait 5 more years?
Or even
it's because there was more going on. They didn't want people to know. So they used this as a very pathetic, very poor excuse.
And also, can we mention how, for some reason, they've never used webcam except for the reaction videos, but now he's perfectly fine with doing it, like, every video?
Because he probably always was. Maybe Jen wasn't okay with it.
Or
I know.
The worst.
That camera set up with Oscar initially, and then he bought a webcam to continue doing it once Oscar left. And I don't know why he told me it's because he was like scared to go on camera, but I was like, then why did you like initiate all of that? Like, it's weird.
Wait, so how long did he have the camera for?
He always had a webcam, if that makes sense, but he just never had it like set up. But when Oscar had come and he was planning on recording with like the Haleys and me, he asked Oscar to set up his camera so we could have face cam.
Also, this might be off topic, but I don't get why. First of all, there was hate to begin with you in the first place, let alone having to address it. Why was it so bad? It shouldn't be.
Because she's not Jen.
Yeah, but like the weirdest thing is, this might seem weird, but like in the Lucky Block bed war thing, when I saw you playing the game, I thought you were kind of being funny and kind of like Jen, but not perfect, not exactly. So why are people hating? I feel like Pat tried to make it perfect happen. Like, am I the only one thinking that maybe he wanted the hate?
Doesn't surprise me because I think he thrives on drama.
He does right now. Literally just talking about a freaking 3-minute video about his books. He was like, not now, not again. And I'm like, please, God, don't be talking about Jen's or Eleni's videos about you because it's 2 months now.
Well, I think he just did it back then because he wanted to look good. Use her as clickbait.
Yeah.
Excuse me, and it got the views.
And also, this is another thing that I feel like the reason why he wanted to get people to hate on Eleni and his girlfriends, is literally one person, I think it was the N Monkey or something, literally pointed out that maybe you're self-absorbed is because he's never used webcam unless it was like a reaction video until your videos came out, where you were.
without me with the webcam, like before I was ever on the channel. That's the thing.
Well, I think it was more when the girlfriends finally started showing up, he started doing webcams.
Yeah, and the fact that A. Graham said that we're self-absorbed because
you wanted the webcam, which is not true.
I wasn't given the option. The camera was sitting there, and that's what we were going to do.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know.
Use webcams.
So I didn't even know that he didn't use webcams before we started recording. Like, I just assumed that's what every YouTuber did, and then it was set up, ready to go. So, like, we did that. So, like, Agri Monkey made so many, like, accusations that aren't even, like, legitimate.
Mm-hmm.
Agri can literally suck my left tit.
Mm-hmm.
And now he doesn't want to address it anymore because really he wants to get away with it, or get into it or anything. But like, I feel like you should talk about it, especially since you were talking about it, saying maybe Lenny wasn't as bad, or Pat, you're a disappointment at least. I think he's just trying not to admit that maybe he was wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're going to see if there's anything new.
Yes.
Yeah. He can provide, like, the bare minimum evidence. And even some of it, he literally just uses with his words. Like, he didn't even actually show any proof for a lot of it. And then, like, a lot of, like, the memes and stuff like that, I was like, dude, like, that's not even true. And they just, like, go along with it and believe it. Like, the fact that I'm psychotic, sociopath, narcissist, and psychopath. I'm like, dude, like, I don't know. That's a violation of HIPAA if that is my diagnosis, so that's illegal. I could sue. But then, two, it's literally false. Like, he's not a doctor. Like, he acts like he's a doctor.
Well, the worst thing is that I remember watching the first time or second video of you getting exposed, and he kept saying, oh, Lenny has mental issues, and then I see him making fucking fun of you, and I'm like, that is so fucking wrong, especially to someone that knows how it feels to be different. It's so fucking wrong to see someone who apparently has mental health issues or just issues in general being made fun of. And people think, oh, he's just a grade A person. It's like, no. Oh. Yeah, no.
And well, that's another thing. Even if that was true of, like, my supposed alleged mental issues, it's like you said, like, there's people out there with actual, like, either one or different or two who actual have, like, mental health issues. And then, like, to be making fun of the person, like, that just makes anybody who's different or who has mental health issues feel, like, really small. So I'm like, and not one person called him out on it. Just like no one calls him out for being homophobe or racist. Like, they just, like, go along with it and think, like, he's perfect.
When was he homophobic?
Yeah.
Because I do want to know when that happened, because especially now since he's making jokes saying, like, oh, it's like that his friend was, like, his boyfriend or something. Because if those allegations came out beforehand, I'm wondering if he's trying to cover it up with that video.
Yeah, he said, like, some homophobic things in videos before, and, like,
do you know, like, exactly what he said, or no?
I don't remember, but I remember being, like, taken aback by it. And then also he, like, fetishizes girls who are bi because he feels like if you're bi, you're supposed to hook up with another girl, like, for his pleasure. So, like, that's nasty, in my opinion.
Wait, so he, like, what does bi mean? I'm not very sexually woke with words or anything.
It means
you like guys and girls.
And, like, just some of the comments he's made is, like, very off-putting. Like, one time his mom told him that, and he texted me this, his mom told him that wrestling with Ethan was gay. And then Pat was like, ew, I'm not gay. Like, ew, like, I would never. And I was like, I mean, just because you're not gay, but, like, why are you saying, like, ew, and acting like that's, like, so gross? Like...
And also, I feel like he's saying that just because you do or something, like... I don't get why he acts like this. He's just, I have no words for him, honestly.
I mean, it's not necessarily gay to wrestle another guy. That's what guys do. They wrestle.
Yeah, there's literally a freaking sport about it. Why is that gay?
That's just what his mom said. I think because there was more in like other contexts. He was like doing yoga with him, but like his mom just told him that she just said, like, granted his mom's like in her 70s. She was just like, that's gay. Like, I don't know why she said that, to be honest, but I was like, okay. I mean, I did.
Or maybe he thought when she was saying wrestling as like sexually kind of stuff, and she was like, maybe that's kind of gay. It's okay if you're coming out or something, and he just freaked out.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. It's just that he went, like, when she said that, it's like he went like overboard, like you know what I mean? And it was like, okay, you could have just been like, no, I'm just wrestling with my friend. Like, I don't know, it was like weird.
Yeah,
back in the day,
even when I'm like,
protest too much.
Like, even
as my mother always told me, don't protest too much, meaning you try to say something so much to make it sound like it's true, but in reality it's not.
Yeah,
like, even when I'm like, for me, I'm not always sure, but I know I'm straight, and it's just sometimes upsetting when people say I'm gay, but it's not like I get offended.
Yeah, I don't think it's like an offensive word. It's just if people are calling you that. I feel like
more of the issue is, to me, is that I hate when people are like, oh, I support gay people, but then they like call things gay, and it's like, you know, that's so contradicting.
Well, it's like, so gay isn't really like an offensive term in my opinion, but I think a lot of people, like, I don't really think as many people, but I remember when I was in like middle school and high school, like people would call you gay to be offensive, like to hurt your feelings.
Yes.
And
which
like,
is actually wrong.
yeah.
So, names.
And I was like,
because literally the word gay just means happy.
Yeah, literally. One time I was reading this book. I was reading this book, and it was like, we should go to the lake and be super gay, and I was like, what? Because like the person was a girl talking to a man, and then I was like, Mom, what does this mean? And she's like, oh, that means happy. And I'm like, oh, and I've always made like this joke when people are like, are you gay? And I'm like, yes, I am. I am super happy. Just to confuse them. That's
actually so funny because that must have been an older book. Because like if I read that now, I'd be like, what?
See, that's what I was thinking. I think it was, I don't know when it came out. Let me actually look it up. Why can't I find it? Give me a minute. You guys can keep talking while I look it up, okay?
Yeah, but yeah, Doc, he definitely went like overboard in those videos to the point where by like the third video, a lot of people were just like over it, being like, okay, dude, like he was reaching, but I feel like he does that so no one, like, he feels that, you know, they'll believe him because like he's just going off and off about it, which is like honestly annoying. Like he would do that when I would catch him cheating. He would talk, if I didn't like just be like, okay, Pat, you're right, like, you know, I just imagined that in my head, I just seen that, but he would, if I like just ignored him and was just like, okay, whatever, like, and ignored the problem, he would bring it up and go on and on, like literally for weeks. We would be fighting about the same thing. Like I wouldn't be trying to bring it up anymore, and I would go to his house to record, and he would like immediately just start talking about something that happened 3 weeks ago, and I was like, why are you bringing this up? Like it's literally been 3 weeks. Like I don't know why we're still talking about this. Like I feel this way, you feel that way, like let's just like agree to disagree. And he was like, I'm gonna keep bringing it up until you believe me. And I was like, what? So like I literally just had to be like, I got to a point where I would just be like, okay, Pat, and like pretend to believe him just so he would stop like fighting with me and arguing and bringing me up.
Sorry, I'm not the YouTube viewer. I'm not like that.
Whatever you say, Pat.
Yeah, I literally would be like, okay, yeah, it's fine. And then he'd be like, oh my God.
You're right.
And I was like, my mom,
literally just pacifying him.
Literally, my mom was like, you don't believe that though. And I was like, no, but he just won't shut up. Like he just brings it up.
Right.
And like pounds it into you until you like just be like, okay, you're right. Like it's weird.
No, it makes sense. I get it.
But Timmy, someone didn't want to share a milkshake with you. Oh my gosh, like me and my friends will literally eat off like the same fork. Like, the same straw and everything. Like, I don't care. Like, I will feed.
I get offended when someone tries to eat my stuff.
Me too, Bree, on Friday.
Me too.
Someone tried
I
to
get it. It's like it's not gonna hear it.
All right.
I just hear friends, Joey going, Joey doesn't share food.
Okay, so the book that I was talking about, it was published December 19th, 1938. So yeah, it's a pretty old
Well, that
book.
makes sense.
38. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really old. That was like.
That was a common expression back then.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, one of the old Christmas songs has the word gay in it, and you still about so.
Wait,
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
It's
pretty
like
sure-
very
I'm
gay or
96.1
something.
when they play Christmas music. I am old. I'm kidding.
Oh yeah, the people, like all my friends that I've told about this whole thing, and I've showed them like the mugshots and like they've like looked at the channel and everything. All of them have said, "Oh yeah, he looks like a fucking asshole."
Yes.
Yeah.
I see
Yeah,
him.
honestly,
He looks like a criminal.
honestly, the most disappointing thing about it, like before, like right when he started like uploading videos about how he's the worst without like saying, "Oh, don't hate on her" or even doxing her, is that I've literally like legit thought like you guys were great couples, you guys were great people. I would legit want to meet you guys in real life, and you guys be like great friends. And now I'm just like, oh my god, I freaking hate him. Because he's just literally disappointing so many people.
Yeah, like one of my friends, she said, "He looks like he'd call me a slur after hitting on me."
Yes.
He really
that
does.
Was to the screenshot and holding the note.
No, literally though, that's actually not that far off though, because when he doesn't get his way, it's like violent. Like no, like
Violence.
if he hit on her and she was like, "No, thank you," he'd be like, "You're a fucking bitch, anyways." Like, you know what I mean? Like, just like that. Like he just gets like angry.
High school over again.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, whatever, dude. He very interesting.
Is this guy 32 or 3?
Oh, he acts 3. His mental age is obviously different than his chronological age. If I were to write goals for him right now, his mental age would be taken into consideration.
Awesome. He acts so mature.
His mugshot looks more like him in real life on the day-to-day basis than what he looks like on YouTube.
Special effects.
It's just like he has a whole persona that's just like completely different from like who he really is. Even my friends had said like that every time they like think of him, they just think of a big like man baby because of like just of the things that they've heard while I was on the phone with them and like he was there and like stuff like that.
Pat probably really needs to learn that violence is never the answer.
Yeah. Someone never taught him that.
He probably is the person that's like, when he was told violence is never the answer, he grabbed like a freaking bucket or something and threw it at them. They're like, shut up.
You know he has a 2.0 GPA, so of course he probably didn't pass a lot of that psychology class, or like, you know, what is the word? It's classes that, you know, talk about good behavior or whatever.
Well, I think I told you this before. It took him 6 years to finish undergrad because his GPA was like a 1.6 and you needed 2 to graduate. Like,
Damn, that's just...
So he had to like...
That makes me feel like an honest kid right there.
I know, right? I'm like...
I don't even know what that means, and I'm just sad to hear that's true.
It's so low. And then...
That's a D.
It is, and you can't go. So to be a psychologist, you need to get your master's or a PhD, at least a master's, depending on what area of psychology you want to go into. And you can't. You need like a 3.5 to get accepted into any graduate school program. Realistically, like I had a 3.7, and I was like cutting it close because like if you have in my program, if you don't have a 3.5. They would kick you out of the program because you weren't going to get into graduate school. So like the fact that he did it too, I was like, so you were never planning on getting like your master's or PhD because that's like impossible. And he was like, no, I didn't want to be a psychologist. But then he uses it online being like, I went into psychology, like acting as if he's like so interested in it, like got good grades.
Yeah,
remember
making stuff he says about you actually look like it's true because, I'm a psychologist. I got a psychology degree. I know what I'm talking about when I say this girl's crazy.
I know. I'm like, what the hell? Like, dude, you literally know nothing. I couldn't even have a conversation with him about like healthcare and like the profession as a total because like my degree and like psychologists, like we share the same clients. Like, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people do need like a neuropsych referral, like things like that.
Like we're literally talking to a medical student right now. Like, come on.
Yeah, so like, he didn't know anything really in relation to like what I was talking about, and he was like, I don't know your stuff, and I was like, okay, so we can't have a conversation. Yeah, but he acts like this like psychologist, and I'm like, what the hell?
He thinks he knows what he's talking about.
Psychologist or
Worst kind
psychopath?
of people.
Psychopath is what it is.
There you go.
He got the ending mixed up.
Yeah.
1.6, and I thought my GPA was bad. Bestie karmic. But I don't know what your GPA is, but if anyone ever gets below a 2, I'm like seriously concerned. Like how, because in college, it's 4 years of classes accumulated. So like that means you literally failed like every single class to have that low of a GPA.
They take a 4-year course or a 2-year course.
I love it. Just remove the H from psychopath.
Yeah.
How is someone such a failure but has such success on YouTube?
All right.
Look at Bill Gates. Except he was a YouTuber, but he still dropped out of high school.
Yeah, look at him. I wonder if Pat's friends with Epstein.
Honestly, I wouldn't
doubt it.
Honestly, I would not doubt it. They've probably been to Epstein Island a couple times.
It sounds like he runs a fucking sex trafficking ring out of his own house. So, like...
At this rate, I mean, look at all the females that go in and out of that.
2.0.
The foot traffic in that house. He should be paying admission at this point. You know, charging it. He could be rolling in money.
Whatever.
Charging cover fees just to come in. Ew, please, no. Oh, God, the day the cops have to actually raid that house,
you're right.
They're gonna, it's going to be disgusting.
They're going to find used condoms on the floor if he did use them. Well, actually...
What condoms?
They're not, because he only did that with me because I never let him really go unprotected because I
wouldn't do it.
Holy shit.
Bro, don't know how to pull
out.
out.
Take them off and fling them just like on the floor and like let them...
Man.
I felt bad for the mother. I really feel bad.
His mother had to go and clean them up. Like, I was so embarrassed.
Oh my God, there's nothing worse than having your mom picking up your condoms.
Yeah, I literally was like, are you going to pick that up? And he was like, I mean, my mom's going to come over and clean tomorrow. And I was like...
And clean it up yourself, you lazy cow.
Her mom probably picked up the condom and went, that's my boy.
Oh, no.
Like, honestly, that would be just so humiliating. Like, it was, like, embarrassing to me, too. And then he was like, I mean, if you want to clean it up, you can pick it up. And I was like, ew. One time the maid she refused to clean when we were staying in a hotel. She literally came in, and the place was so I always clean up in the morning and when I'm staying in a hotel because I want the maid to come in and clean, but I don't want her to have to, like, you know, pick through my things or like clean around my stuff or like step on things.
Yeah.
So I was like tidying up in the morning and he was like, why are you doing that? And I was like, oh, so the maid can clean. Like, I don't want my makeup all over the counter and like she won't be able to clean. And he was like, I mean, it's literally the maid's job. And I was like, no, it's her job to take care of the room. It's not her job to clean up after the people. Like, what?
That's where people go wrong.
Yeah, and I was like, she just takes care of the room. Like, she's not gonna like fucking put your clothes away. Like, that's weird.
Yeah.
And then he was like, he left like basically a rug of dirty underwear and laundry on the bathroom floor, like leading to the shower. It was essentially a rug, and like there was like all this nasty shit all over. She like came into the room and left without cleaning, and he was like pissed. He was like gonna call and report her, and I was like, I mean, I don't blame her. Like, I wouldn't have cleaned either. Like, I'm not freaking doing that.
Yeah. But he acts like a spoiled rich kid. Because he is.
Is he?
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Because he is.
God, it's so bad. Holy shit.
I love the combo Doc and I are having in here. Did you see that? Doc's like, he probably drinks his own, and I'm like, self-serve. Doc goes, so he doesn't run out, constantly filling it, then back up, and never letting it out. I'm like, yep, it's like the snake biting its tail to end the cycle of jizz.
Basically.
And he probably is not long enough to be able to self-serve, so
I
he
really want
probably
to know how he would
Right.
act if he was an actual spoiled rich kid.
He was
Or he's a
spoiled
junior,
rich kid.
uneducated rich kid, if you ask me.
His parents
He is.
were very well off. They paid for all 6 years of his education and
Oh,
everything.
so he was a rich kid.
Oh, wouldn't that be
6
nice?
years of education.
That should have been done in 4.
For himself.
Lucky bastard! I have to pay for my own college.
Right, I'm sitting here
when I
thinking
know
about, like, my 6 months of work
It's more satisfying if you pay for it yourself.
No, it just
Yeah,
makes you broke. And
Do you know what his parents do, Eleni?
Not entirely. I think his dad was in like computers or something, and his mom was in like
I'm nervous.
I don't really remember what his mom did. I want to say she worked in like healthcare, but not as like a medical healthcare professional, but as like some kind of, you know, like someone in the back end doing like paperwork and stuff.
May I
Like medical transcription or something in that kind of area.
Something. Don't quote me on that. That's just like, for some reason I think that's what he said, but I don't really remember.
That's like the most common medical, non-medical field kind of thing.
Yeah.
May I just think? I feel like they might be a stripper. Because why else would they be fine with, like, you know, freaking
I thought for
sticking up
sure
their
maybe
own
someone in
front
his family
condom?
was a lawyer. And that's why he gets everything off scotch-free.
I don't know if this matters.
Probably.
His dad's side is Jehovah Witness.
Oh, Lord.
A Jehovah Witness?
He's an
Please.
atheist,
So they are religious. They are religious.
but Pat is an atheist.
I was going to say,
Atheist.
he's not religious.
He's
I mean, that's
He said that
being
one of his
religious
old
in the
videos.
least bit.
How the fuck can you be a Jehovah Witness and be atheist? Those things don't match.
Unless he was forced into it and he just chose not to do
He
it.
wasn't like
That's what happens when you're
raised.
forced religion.
Yeah, he wasn't raised as Jehovah Witness. I don't know what he was raised as. He just told me that it wasn't like they weren't in like the Jehovah Witness community, but it's like his dad and the dad's side of the family is Jehovah Witness. But like Pat doesn't have. I don't know really much about Jehovah Witness, but I mean they are religious, so I'm assuming they have like good morals.
I've been told, well, I know.
They are, but they can
What
be
I know-
radical, just like the Pentecostals and any of those types.
Well, what I know of Jehovah Witnesses
happen.
are pretty much from what Big Eyes is like just pretty much people come and spread the word of God.
Yeah, like
And
my
and
thing
pretty
with
much-
Jehovah's is like all the time them coming to our house knocking if they could spread the word of God. Then one time my great uncle, they knocked at the door. They asked if they had a minute to speak to Jesus. If he had a minute to speak about Jesus, and he's like, "I am Jesus." You've never seen two people run away so quickly. Like they were freaking out. They did not like it. They were not okay with what he was.
I'm convinced my grandpa is Jesus because he was born on Christmas Eve.
But Jesus wasn't born on Christmas Eve.
Well, he was born between.
He was born in the summer, technically.
Well,
Actually, he wasn't necessarily born on Christmas, but there is like a day set
How was he
aside
born on Christmas? How is he not born on Christmas then?
Yeah, he was born in the summer, but it was decided that they would. How would I want to put it? They would celebrate it during the Christmas season, during the winter. You'd have to look into it. I can't remember why and what the reasoning is, but it's actually he was born in like the summer or sometime in that area.
Like,
When I was little, I used to think, so my parents, obviously because Jehovah Witnesses come to the door and they talk your ear off. So my parents, when they would like see them around knocking on doors, we'd be in like the front yard playing or something, and they were like, run, get, go hide in the back, like don't let them see you. And so when I was little, I actually thought Jehovah Witnesses, because they'd be like, and I'd be like, why? And they're like, the Jehovah Witnesses are here, like they're coming, like quick, hide. Don't let them see you. So I actually thought, like, growing up, like, as a small child, that Jehovah Witnesses were, like, really bad people because they, like, made us hide from
Same. My mom did the same with me. She'd be like, oh, shut the blinds, turn off the lights, don't answer the door.
Yep.
At one time, I know this is off topic, but when I was little, I was an idiot, and so I was really scared of tornadoes because I was born where tornadoes are common, but not super common. But I thought tornadoes were like those weird looking things from like Tinkerbell that look like stickers, and I thought they were like rabbitish, like mobs who would like break into people's house, like ruin like world, and just like if you're unlucky, maybe kill you. And I legit had that fear for like almost several years.
Answering Timmy's question, our parents told us to do that because they didn't want to have to talk to the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
Like exactly, like they wanted to avoid them and having to deal with them.
Yeah.
Also, to be fair,
this is my neighbor with Jehovah's Witness, and we were actually pretty good friends. So I guess I wouldn't say
I'm not saying they're bad people, but my family just didn't want to have to bother listening to them.
They're not bad.
No, they're not bad people. They just
they talk to you, and it's like if you're
parents always traumatized
I don't like to
us.
They are pushy. They
I
can
won't
be.
shut my door on someone, and my parents won't do that either, which is why they were like telling us to hide so we could just like avoid them versus like standing there for 30 minutes talking to them because you feel bad, and then it's like
you feel obligated to let them speak.
Yeah.
2 or 3 knocks and they walk away.
Yeah. Well, one time they seen us and they just like stood there because I guess they thought we were gonna like walk to the door, and I was like, that's awkward. But
why do parents love chasing us and thinking the wrong thing? It's so common.
To me, I don't know if they're really considered boring to talk to. It's just that like they try to push their religion onto you. The part of their religion is that they go and it's like a service that they have to go and get members, which is why they knock on people's doors. And like I'm Greek Orthodox, and so are my parents, so we're not just going to convert to Jehovah's Witness. So like they're basically just going to talk your ear off, and we're not like even willing to convert because we already believe in our own religion. So like
that's what I don't like about people who are religious, is when they try and force their religion on others, especially. So I have one person at school who is atheist, and you cannot even talk about like any religion without him being like, that's not real. It's like, that's what we believe. I'm fine with you having different beliefs, but you don't need to force it on others.
Yeah. You see, what gets me is I'm a Christian. As a Christian, you're supposed to go out and spread the word, but you're not supposed to force it. Because if you're trying to force it, then it's not
kind of like a cult if you're forcing it to me.
And so it's like, that's why you give an invitation. If they say no, move on to the next one. Simple as that.
Well, to me, I don't even when I'm Christian, but I don't force the goodwill of Jesus or anything. You're lucky if I even go to like church services, but like I still believe in it.
Yeah.
That's like my friend.
You don't have to go to just necessarily go to church to be saved.
Well, I'm still not official, so.
Timmy, one of my friends was Jehovah's Witness, but once they turned 18, they left the community, so they never really talked about it to me very much either. Besides for just like the knowledge that I do know about how the reason why they go knocking on to like spread the word and try to like get people to be Jehovah's Witnesses, and that's actually one of the reasons why they didn't like it.
Like, to me, is that I'm fine with people that are Christian as long as they don't force it. Like, if they have to, like, mention it, that's fine, but if you're forcing it on it, I just think that's a little wrong.
That's what drives people away.
Yeah,
that's the issue.
Same, especially what drives people away too is if you're in church and because I know obviously like there's issues between like religion and then like, they believe that like, I don't know how it is really much anymore, but like in church, they say like, oh, people think that it's like a sin to be gay or something like that. And like that drives people away from religion too, because now they're not allowed to be involved in that community.
Yep, you're excluding that community of people.
Just what the religion is to me, I don't think that's. I will say it's wrong, but it to me is like that new thing, like the equality thing, which is more wrong, where they have to force it into the religion when that's not a part of the religion.
Well, even the Pope recently said that gay unions can be blessed in church.
Yeah, that's
so
fine, but it's just...
it's just what it is it takes some religions longer to evolve.
Well,
And that's all religion is, just evolving beliefs.
Well, to me, is that, but like, shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. God damn it. I always forget when I'm under stress, sorry.
You know what? So I don't know how many of you in this chat right now are in college or have been to college or know about like college campuses. But
I know where I'm going.
They're in college. I don't know if they're really doing this now because of COVID, but my entire undergrad, what would happen is I wouldn't even consider these people like religious, like normal religion. They honestly seemed like they were in a cult. They would stand out with like a loudspeaker and like call girls sluts, and like if you have sex or you're gay, like you're a sinner and you're going straight to hell. They would hold like abortion signs being like you're going to hell. Like I remember I walked
radicals.
And yeah, radicals. I walked past
literally
ignoring her.
You know what that reminds me of?
And she was like calling me a dumb slut for like not, and she's like, go get raped, you dumb slut. I was literally like, lady, like what is, you're supposed to be religious, like what?
Yeah.
It's probably some weird cult or something.
And the college isn't allowed to kick them off of campus because technically it's like public property. So if they kick them off of campus, the religious cult, like whoever they are, can sue the campus, which is why they go to campuses, because if they get kicked off, they can sue, so they'll make money and they'll win. Or they're just like, they know they won't get kicked off, and they're the most annoying people ever. Everyone like stands in a circle too, like filming them, because they're like, no, everyone thinks they're dumb, and they think it's funny.
What that reminds me of? You know what that reminds me of? That very strict religion in Cary where like you can, if you have your period, that means you sin and have sex or something. It's like, no, that's part of life.
Yeah,
that's literally what it is.
Never had people like that at my college at all. I've seen like religious protesters at conventions though.
Why do you need to protest about your fucking religion?
Right? They're like saying that cosplaying is like the devil's influence or something like that. It's like, what? It's just like wearing
cosplay?
Costume? Like, what the fuck?
Cosplay
so
is
wacky.
Excuse me, cosplay? Well, I'm fucked. I've done so many like creative Halloween costumes that people would say is kind of cosplay.
Well,
I say they're called Halloween costumes, but like my sister says, you're doing it so much, or so like I do like my own DIY and so well that like people, like my sister said, you could even go to a cosplay place and no one would know the difference.
Yeah, it's just dumb. There was someone that was like dressed up as Jesus that was like making fun of them.
This is called karma.
Pretty much.
Like, I don't get it. Why do people do that? Also, we've gone off really track.
Yeah, really off track.
We were talking about like Pat, now we're talking about like we were talking about like our experience, and then like gays, and then to religion. But honestly, that's like a normal conversation for me.
I know in my religion, you're actually technically like Halloween and anything like supernatural is like not to be celebrated, not to be watched, like things like that. Like,
I honestly, for the longest time, I honestly thought like watching Paranormal Activity or stuff like that would either one, send you an actual freaking demon, or two, you're sinning because like they're like, oh hell, like Satan or something. Which
I guess the better term would be to indulge, not to like watch or like have fun or like no, but like to indulge, like actually become a part of that. If you're just doing it for fun, like for a cosplay or for like a Halloween costume,
or even just watching it, like like I feel like that's kind of wrong, especially if it's like, I know I'm bringing this up again, but like The Conjuring is supposed to be based on true events, and that's kind of like saying you can't watch it just because it's somewhat religious about demons. No, it's, I want to watch it because of historical things. I just don't really like when things are super strict.
Yeah, no. Feel that. I went to college up north, and that's where I seen all of those like crazy radical people.
They kind of remind me of Karens.
Yeah, I mean, they're like 100 times worse than Karens too. They're Karens on steroids, religious steroids.
They're like, no,
They have Karens and Karens.
no, the level of Karens are like brats, Karens, and they're legit like people that are legit dumb. I don't even know what to call them.
Why it's called
Wonder what I would
Karen,
call them.
Every lady named Karen that I meet is actually very nice. They should call it Carol, because my next door neighbor Carol is the definition of Karen.
It's
Yes.
Am I losing connection or are you losing connection?
I think it's him.
Yeah.
What are we talking about now?
Easy. Take it easy. Okay, there you go.
Thank you. Haha.
Yes, I am kind of Wiccan. Parts of it.
I just thought Wiccans were so cool.
What are Wiccans exactly?
It's a form of witchcraft and their belief. You have to look it up. I'm not as much Wiccan as I am pagan.
Oh.
They kind of cross a lot.
I feel like if I try to do witchcraft, it's gonna go backfire on me, and I'm just gonna be like,
Yeah, it's the kind of thing you
for
shouldn't
5
do
years.
unless you do a ton of research beforehand, and I've done like 2 years of research, if not more now, so.
I don't want to touch that stuff.
Yes, that's how you spell it, karmic.
I'm over here spelling it wrong.
It's okay.
They're talking about a 3.7 GPA we're spelling.
I know,
To
right?
be fair, I thought my English is really bad because like I get special classes for English. I finally kind of like luckily left it because I got a better grade. Knowing how bad Pat's grades for literally trying to get into college or something makes me feel better about my terrible English.
I used to make up a language called Stupidish or whatever. Like I speak Stupidish from native Stupidio or whatever. And I think he just took it from me. He's the new president, Stupidia.
I used to speak
Stupidia. You went to
gibberish and it's
University of
easy land.
I feel like Stupidia sounds like school. Like,
Stupidia sounds like
You wonder what?
So,
you wonder what high schoolers need?
Makes it stupid.
You wonder what? Since a lot of high schoolers
I graduated from University of Stupidia. Like, I feel like that sounds like.
That's cool, yeah.
At the end, like, I feel like it sounds kind of real.
You wonder what? If there was an actual school called Stupidity, there would be one class called Common Sense, and that class would be in every school nowadays because, like college people, like literally anyone above like elementary classes are legit stupid, and like they would make it the easiest class, like hot, cold, take a shower. Ouch. Hello? Why did it always
There's
so
a difference
quiet?
between binding and unbinding rituals than there is hexes and curses, Lenny. Big difference.
Is there such
big
thing?
difference.
Kid in her app.
I know.
So there is such thing as curses.
Oh yeah, there's definitely curses, hexes. That's more into like voodoo and hoodoo kind of stuff. But like if you really want to like do something to somebody, you do a silencing ritual or you do a binding ritual, which pretty much breaks your bond with them or tries to make it so they stay out of your life. Nothing so that no one gets hurt, just so more like distance is put between people.
You know, when you said voodoo, I just think of that girl from like Tia Dalma from Pirates of the Caribbean. That's all I think of.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't venture into voodoo or hoodoo or anything. I literally have graveyard dirt that was sent to me by another witch at some point, and I just haven't touched it for anything. Because I'll probably never have a use for it.
If that shit happened, I'm leaving my house. I don't care. It's like the only house I have, I'm leaving it. I'll live in the freaking movie theaters for all I can. I'm just staying away from that voodoo doll.
Wait, I used to have a voodoo doll, like one of those ones that you get from like the bubblegum machines, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, those
my mom
squishable
found
ones.
it recently, and she was like, "Why do you have this?"
It's like, Just in case. It's like, you know what you should do? You know what you should do? Next time, you should, like, Eleni, you should actually make an actual voodoo doll, and, like, next time Pat's like, hey, do you want to come over for, like, a dinner? And you say yes, try and take a piece of his hair, and actually use voodoo on him. So he can, like, actually make an upload video about him being like, yeah, I'm a douchebag.
Yeah, I got arrested. I lied to everybody.
And then you just make him go blackout drunk so he doesn't even remember or think he did it.
I don't make him do that. He does this every day.
Yeah, and just make him not, and then just make sure, he uploads the video like immediately after recording it, and like showing your evidence to be like, yeah, this is true. And then like, honestly, it would be like a miracle, and then everyone would be like, oh my god.
They'll be like, so she wasn't lying.
And then everyone would be coming back crying to you. Or, you know, they'd be like those dumbass people that would be like, no. Yeah, they'd be like, it's like nowadays, they'd be like, this photoshopped. It's like, it's a video. It's photoshopped. It's like, it's photoshopped. It's a video. It's photoshopped.
It's
Photoshop on a video? Question mark?
Up a website.
He tells everybody this, and they go, you know what, Pat would never. I don't believe this at all. Like, he would never. And he, like, told me.
Even though Pat's the one saying it right now.
They're like, I don't believe this.
People wouldn't believe him if he actually had a good singing voice. Or
literally childhood.
They would believe him if he used auto-tune, but if Lenny had, like, a great singing voice, they'd be like, this is auto-tune. That's like, seriously?
They definitely would.
Lenny does have a great singing voice, even I haven't heard it yet.
I have a wonderful singing. No, I'm kidding. I don't sing.
I do. I have like this terrible stage fright. Like, I could handle doing it. I just need people to shut the hell up and make sure that I feel like no one is listening.
We see behind closed doors. I have a beautiful baritone voice, but in front of people, like, I don't know how it sounds.
Baritone, I don't really know what voice I have. Like, I can go deep, but I can also go pretty high. But also, that's like a thing. I like when I have a high-pitched voice, and people are like, oh, you're going to lose it when you go through puberty, and you're going to lose it, and you have a deeper voice, and that's good. It's like, no, I felt like I could sing some a lot of good, pretty songs that I used to like, but they have high-pitched voices, but, you know.
Actually, in the process of going through puberty, I'm pretty sure you'll have a higher pitched voice. Because look at Justin Bieber; he looked pretty good.
Yeah. Well, right now I am I used to struggle, but I kind of thrive when I can't sing at all. Like, if it's just like a karaoke, I can kind of sing if it's like out loud music. But if I have my headphones in and like no one else can hear the music, oh my god! To me, I feel like I sound very beautiful. But sometimes I record myself.
Yeah, because you don't hear yourself.
Yeah, because I can hear myself while listening to what I need to sing correctly.
Yeah, karaoke, forget it.
Yeah, karaoke, I'm screwed. Karaoke, you're just screwed.
Wait, do you want to hear?
Even though there was a Discord server with karaoke, and I think I did pretty well until somebody recorded it and showed it back to me. I said, oh my god.
Yeah, that's literally me. I'm like, I'm a great singer, but then when I record myself, I'm like, oh my god, burn it with fire. And it's like, it's digital. How are you going to burn a digital file? It's like, burn it still. I'll find a way.
It's never be seen by anybody.
When I worked in a nursing home, I did like activities with like my like patients and stuff like that. And one of the times, like, so I would like plan like events to do with them. One of the times we did karaoke. So like it was on like the Alzheimer and dementia unit. So like I thought because they all like to like sing along to songs. So I was like, oh, karaoke would be so fun. We did like oldies karaoke, right? So I set it all up for them. And literally not one of these old people wanted to sing. They actually made it. The event was like 2 hours long. They made me and then my coworker sing. Like, we literally did karaoke, and all these songs were like old songs, like from their generation, like the 30s. Like, I don't even know them.
Oh no!
Sing. And
I'm not the only one that doesn't think like the 90s are the best music.
But then I was like,
the best part about I was gonna say the best part is, they had dementia or Alzheimer's, so they're not gonna remember it anyway. So it's like, sure. So if you did a bad job, they wouldn't even know about it the next day.
They were like
probably
on too, as if like I was doing a good job. So like I guess they like legit, like I was not good, but like they just like, I don't know if they were just being nice or they just like legitimately just thought it was good. Maybe just because it was like fun, so that's why. And I was like,
well, you know what?
Sing.
Well, you know what? I happened to practice the piano just for fun, but next thing you know, I just play like gospel hymns for my church.
I can't do an instrument.
My church is actually in need of a piano player at the moment, and I just played like one stanza of "When We All Get to Heaven," and the church like, "Oh, you should play for the church, the congregation." I said, "Listen. I just played one song. You want to play for the whole congregation? I'm not that good." She goes, "Listen, this is like any talent right now is all we can need right now." I said, "Okay." So I guess my terrible playing is just like something that they need.
Blessing in disguise.
It's something that no one else has, so it's something is better than nothing. But I decided not to do it anyway because I can't do it in front of I can do it behind closed doors really well, but not in front of 50 plus people. So
I'm scared.
Guys, there's I don't even know what this is.
I like my current job at the church where it's in the corner with the soundboard. It's like nobody sees me unless something goes wrong.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just share this. I feel like this is important because it might be another person slandering you. I just was looking up Pat Drama, wondering if he uploaded it finally. And I got this.
Let me see. Flawed evidence. Yeah, the police are flawed.
Where?
I just sent it in the.
JSO is completely fake. But JSO doesn't exist.
The reason is
They don't give real life reports. This is all fishy. Those times I almost got pulled over, they weren't really going to pull me over. They didn't. I just exposed myself.
I can't break the law if I tried. No, honestly, I break the law. I probably break the law with like the smallest things. Like I break the law with like jaywalking, and I'd probably feel guilty about it, and no one would know. I'd just be like, "Oh my god, I broke the law." It's like no one knows. Okay, just relax.
There's this one spot on a highway that I go on plenty of times, south side, and there's like one part right there by the other highway that like everyone just goes 60 at. But for some reason, a cop decided to hit the stand right there and just like watch traffic. Everybody decides to go 40, or it's a 45-mile-an-hour highway, and this Kia decides to run me off the road twice. And I just need to get around him. And I have a powerful car, I would say. So as soon as I finally get the chance to get around him, I'm doing 70. Didn't realize it. And everybody's doing 40 up ahead. I'm like, oh God, there's no way he didn't see me. And he never pulled out. I said, I stood out like a sword.
I'm dying. Sorry.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Sometimes I feel like the cops, they're looking for like maybe like other things. So sometimes I do the same thing, and I don't understand how they didn't pull me over.
Well, that was like not the only time. It happened on Southside. It happened on Forest. Forest is a 30-mile-an-hour, and I was going like 45. I was trying to get lights. And it's like he still didn't see me. There's two of them this time as well.
Yeah, it's
funny
like
story,
what are they doing? Like they're just sitting there.
May I just share a funny story?
I think Florida cops are pretty good about that. Like they don't like. I feel like they pull over people more for like reckless driving and like drunk driving, and also like not having their lights on versus like.
Let's be fair, they have Florida men.
Yeah, they have Florida men like.
Well, I guess because I have a Florida license plate. If I have like a Georgia or South Carolina, whatever else, is like, oh, I'm getting you. It's like because in Virginia, that my dad got pulled over in Virginia twice, and we had different license plates each time. Like, we rent a car, we don't get Florida license plates. We get New York, Virginia, Illinois, and some of the ones that.
What I was gonna say, funny story. So I don't drive, but my sister did, and so she was with like her friends, and they were cranked up their music super loud, and they were driving like jamming out while she's driving. a cop car started driving behind them, and they legit freak out. Like, they cranked the music all the way down. They're just like standing like straight up still, and they're like freaking out. And she's just like, "Oh my god!" And it's like, calm down. It was nothing to worry about, but like they lost their minds. They thought they were gonna die.
Oh my goodness.
And it was just the cop just driving behind them.
I hate the Ford Explorer ones. They look so intimidating.
Yes. Okay. When they drive behind me, I'm like, they don't even have their lights on. Like, I'm just like scared of them. I had a Ford Explorer one recent. Like so I have Pennsylvania plates. So they do come up behind me and like run my plates like very regularly, but don't pull me over at all, even when I am speeding. But I guess they didn't like actually do a speed trap on me, so I don't know. But like, they get so close up on like my ass, and like that's when they're usually running your plates. Then I feel like I need to like step on it, you know, because when people are getting on your ass, you're like, oh, let me go faster, you know, so like I must be going too slow or whatever, or you like get over. So then like it's literally like a Ford, and I'm like scared.
Can I just say, driving up someone's like bumper is very reckless. Like, sometimes people just do it so you can go faster, but like, what if there's a sudden stop that they need to make and you're like right behind them? You wanna know what's gonna happen? Boom, you're gonna die.
And then the one that rear ends is at fault.
Or you crash.
Well, I'm saying if someone brake checks, they do it for insurance scams, and the ones that actually smacks one from behind is the one at fault.
Yeah.
I was just sitting at a light one time, somebody taps the bumper. I'm like, what the freak? This person in a BMW. When my father figured out it was a BMW, he's like, you could have gotten money off her. I'm like, I'm not that kind of a person. Didn't do anything but a ding on the bumper.
I couldn't try and take money from someone, even if I tried.
Well, she did hit me from behind. It was her fault. We were stopped at a red light, so
Facts.
But like I said, it was just a ding on the bumper, and I can buff it out. No big deal.
Yeah. So our lights here are, I swear to God, like 10 minutes long, especially like on Southside, so long. And it's funny because like everybody knows that no one actually pays attention to the lights. Like, you're usually like sitting on your phone. So if you don't leave right away, they just do like a little like gentle little like tap to like remind each other. Because where I'm in Pennsylvania, people have road rage. If you sit on a light for even like 1 second, they like slam down the horn and are like flipping you off. But here in Florida, they're literally just like tap like Hong Kong, and then you're like, okay.
I'm going down Southside, and the light that I hate the most is the one that says no turns. It always gets me.
Wait, what is it across from?
It's between Deerwood and Bay Meadows in that area when you're going to like a straight turn. I hate that freaking thing. It's like it has a conspiracy against my car.
The whole road from like kinda, I don't know how to explain it, but the whole Southside Road all the way until like the 95 South exit all the way down, it is awful. All those lights, and there's a million of them, and they're all so long. But I think I know which one you're talking about specifically. Like,
I don't, because I don't live there. I don't live there. So.
Yeah, this is the Jacksonville talk here.
I don't live there, so I have no clue.
Minutes away from each other, I think.
Proceeds to Google Maps.
Well, I don't know what.
I want to see you come up on my lawn.
The thing is, I have no clue.
I feel like you live like 5 minutes from me.
Well, if we're talking about Southside, I would say 10. I don't live on Southside. I live off University.
Oh, okay, yeah. I live off Southside. Southside. Everyone.
And for those who wants to get my address, University West, look me up.
Here's my number. You'll never know.
I mean, you guys already know what my car looks like, so I know what hers looks like too.
Well, to me, I just imagine your car like red or white.
And now she said she had a Pennsylvania license plate, so I know exactly what it looks like.
Like, to me, I just imagine.
I was at Hurricane Grill on Hendricks Avenue, and I found I'm not going to say it because it's not mine to give out. So I found your car, but it had a Florida license plate. Like, is that her? That should be her.
Wait, Lenny's?
So close.
You actually drove next to a Lenny?
Well, it's possible. I actually have no idea, but I found a car that looked exactly like hers, except it had a Florida license plate. So I'm like, is that her? That can't be her. She's not this side of town.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I'm mostly in town center or the beaches typically.
I get lost in town center. I don't understand.
Honey, are you ever going to play
I
any more
live like
Piggy?
right near there, so I'm always there. So basically, I finally got like figured out how town center is. It's so big.
And hey, my aunt, whenever she said, because I actually had a $25 gift card to Cheesecake Factory back when I first graduated. I said, Aunt Paige, you want to go to Cheesecake Factory? Can you drive? Because I don't know where I'm going in that area.
It is. There's town center. It sounds like small, like the town center, but it's so big.
It is. Oh my
When I
gosh.
first
I mean,
went
I
there,
can go to
I
Second
thought
and
you could
Charles,
walk
and that's it.
Yeah, I thought you could walk everywhere in town center. Like I was wrong. Like you literally have to drive to get from place to place.
Yeah, this might be off topic, but are you ever planning on playing any more Piggy games or play Piggy again?
Probably not anytime soon. So I just recorded 2 new gaming videos. But I mean, I'd be down to play in the future. I feel like I'm going to start to do more like horror games on my channel in the future.
Shoot, I'm looking forward to that.
Well, I don't know what to say. Because, like, to me, I'm one of the biggest scaredy cats, but I also love, like...
Easy, we played that scary game together.
I will cast it to the living room just so I can hear it on my surround sound, just so I can, to have a scare. Like, turn off all the lights, surround sound, turn it up, let's go.
Yeah,
I hate playing scary games because they scare the out of me, which is the point. But I also love, but, like, to be fair, I'd rather watch, like... I just really enjoy watching Melania's gaming videos because I'm sorry, but I didn't subscribe for makeup tutorials. Not like they're not welcome, but it's not like I'm going to ever use them.
Really? Why not?
Because I don't have makeup, and I'm
You
not.
could get some.
True, but it's not like I'm gonna ever use it. To be,
You don't know the time might come.
I don't think I need makeup. I might give it to my sister, but
What, you say you're not going to feel pretty someday?
well, the limit of wearing makeup is when I do like costumes, Halloween costumes.
Yes.
I don't feel like I need to put makeup on.
I guess the only time I wear makeup is if my girlfriend or in the future does like I do my boyfriend's makeup or whatever. Like that's it.
Yeah, there you go, Easy.
I don't have a
You have to do your girlfriend's makeup someday.
Oh,
You're going to need to know how to do it.
Sorry,
Honestly, they shouldn't trust me with anything. I don't even belong in the kitchen because if I'm in the kitchen, there's gonna be a fire somehow. I will find a way. Just like putting on, just like it's like just cook, just warm up the mac and cheese. It's like 5 minutes later. When's the mac and cheese ready? Oh shit! And it's just like a giant fire there.
That's why you buy a fire extinguisher and you keep practicing. Even if you have to spend $40,000 for a new kitchen.
If I have to pay for another 40,000 for a 40,000 kitchen, I'm not. I'm gonna be like in the punishment corner or like disobeying corner for like a year and not allowed to even enter the kitchen.
Do not use the front 2 burners. I just replaced those.
Don't even touch the microwave. But I want popcorn. I'll make the popcorn.
Press the popcorn button. That's the meat. That's the defrost.
So literally, no joke. So my parents are like, oh, put it in the oven and like put the timer on the microwave. Every time I find a way to accidentally just start the microwave for like 10 minutes or like a half an hour, and I'm just like, shoot, because then it's just wasting more time, and eventually I might burn the food, or 2, I will never figure out how to do a timer on the microwave. I know I could just
microwave.
I know I could just use my phone, but like I just never think of that.
My old microwave wasn't an express cook where you just press the 1 button, it goes to 1 minute. Okay,
am I the only one?
I have that one now, but my old one wasn't like that. So we used to just type in the thing and it'll be fine. But next, like, say we want to do like 30 seconds, I had my old one where you just do 30 and that's it. But the new one, you have to press time cook and 30. But I'm so used to the old one, I press 3 minutes. Oh shoot! No!
Yeah,
I'm getting off track. But
the numbers. So the fact that it goes straight to a minute, I'm like, no. Like that's
to me, am I the only one? When you took the microwaves, am I the only one that's the thing on the photo that's like, that looks like the microwave is demanding children? it's like children, like instead of like numbers, it's just like children, and it's like probably like a child log, but it just looks like it's wanting children. Am I the only one that knows what that is or thinks of that?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Oh man, it's a great photo. I've seen it before. I don't know where it is. I don't know where I've seen it, but it was freaking hilarious. Awkward silence.
German series called Dark. So are the Germans invading right now because it's really dark outside?
The Germans are coming.
The Germans.
Germans are coming.
Germans, we're all gonna get sick. Oh, that's bad.
Put on chum. I'm not gonna hate you on the. I get it.
I got a couple friends that are Germans, so I can't say that.
No, you can say it. Just don't say it to their face.
Sorry, Felix. Sorry. I mean, he's probably gonna laugh at me anyway. He's probably gonna smack me for.
I'll also get laughed at. What are we talking? Why are we talking about Germans invading? What is going on?
Well, because Doctor wanted to give a random topic. He just finished a series, German series called Dark. So I just there you go, trying to add on to it.
Oh, I don't watch that stuff. I don't even know.
By the way, if my microphone cuts off, I'm so sorry. I wanted to fix that later because it's been known to do that.
I'm using a different mic, so I don't even know if my mic is okay or working well.
Never will I ever buy an HP again because this thing is literally horse poop. That's what HP stands for.
Really, I love
You could
HP
just
every
say
time.
BS.
HP, I mean, that's what it is. But yeah, but this one's giving me nothing but trouble ever since I got it. It's like a birthday present for me back in... Actually, wow, it's already been a few years.
Ouch. What did that hurt? I've done it so many times.
So everybody on my TikTok thinks that Edouard, or I don't know if I'm saying that right, Edouard is my all on TikTok, and someone in
Oh, Lord.
yeah, people say all the time, you're like, you're Letty's all. And then someone said, today he was like replying or something, and this person goes, it was like one of the only ones I seen because I was like busy earlier today, but this guy goes, I'm so tired of seeing like Edouard in the comments, but this is a hater saying that, right? And then I was like, what the fuck? So I replied and I was like, literally like, why are you in my comments? Like, you're like,
I'm so confused. What is Anwar? Who is Anwar?
Anwar is another user.
Oh,
you know, I'm actually going to get really confused because my name is... I'm actually going to get really confused because my name in real life is actually Edward.
Oh,
so Edward is the name.
Edward.
That's funny.
And when you said Edward the first time, I thought you tried to say Edward. I'm like, oh, Edward. No, Edward.
That's my name. And I'm hearing that from Edward.
Well, I thought you were trying to say Edward.
That's why my nickname is Bessie Eddie.
Am I the only one that gets upset when people think that my nickname is based after the rapper Easy?
Well, we don't probably get upset about that easy. That would probably be something you get upset about.
Well, I do. And it happens way too many times. It's happened in school so many times.
Edward Scissorhands. Yep, there we go. Here it comes.
Spanish Jesus. Are you calling Edouard Spanish Jesus?
Spanish Jesus? What the? Spanish Jesus? Also, have you guys noticed how...
Of course not calling him Spanish Jesus.
Also, has anyone noticed how Jesus has the word sus in it?
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Jesus. Literally, the only reason why I noticed that is, like, I think I was reading Carrie, and it, like, so, you know, like, those times when, like, the word is a little too big, so it, like, cuts the word in half so it could go to the next line kind of thing. It cut right at G-E, and then went to sus, and I was like, oh my god. Twins. Why? Hello.
What is Dark on? Where can I like find it? Netflix. Oh.
I'm looking it up now.
Oh.
Yeah, I gotta write that down.
I think I've ever heard of it.
I don't. I don't really use Netflix. Well, I say that. Well, literally like 2 days ago, I used Netflix to watch Les Miserables. So I just
My dad says might as well use it for something. So I decided I'd account for me on there too.
I only use Netflix to watch movies that I know are on there that I've seen before. Usually,
I feel like I don't have I have like nothing to watch now that Attack on Titan is like over, I guess, for like
you do know they have the Conjuring films on Netflix, right?
Yeah, when's the new Conjuring coming out like any time now, right?
Yeah, May 4th.
Do you mean June 4th?
Yeah, June 4th. My bad.
Okay. I was like, wait.
No, it's coming out June 4th. You can actually order tickets now, apparently. In the UK, it comes out this Wednesday or something. And also, you can watch it for an entire month on HBO. That's all I know. For like an entire month.
I was reading that.
I'm the only one that reads like that weird text like at the end of like every trailer. You wouldn't put it past me though, would you guys?
I was trying to read the summary and it just disappears. Thanks, Netflix.
What summary?
Of the Dark series.
Oh, of the Dark. I don't really know what that is, to be fair, so.
You were just talking about okay.
I don't really watch shows on Netflix. The only show I've watched on Netflix is like Mr. Iglesias.
That's a good one. I love Mr. Iglesias.
Yeah, that was funny. I've only seen the first season because I finally started watching it.
Have you seen Lock and Key?
No. Once again,
anybody else?
Mr. Iglesias is the only show I've seen. Oh wait, no, I've seen Vanishing in the motel or something about the Alyssa Lamb document or something.
Oh yeah, that was good.
Yeah, that one was fun.
I was gonna say Lock and Key is something I would recommend, even though I'm not done with it yet.
Those are the only shows I've really seen on Netflix. Besides, I've seen the Conjuring films. I've seen like a lot of movies on. I've seen Murder Mystery and like Les Miserables. That's about it. Most stuff that I watch is either on like HBO or Disney Plus. Or either I own it on like DVD or something. You do not want to see, and let me tell you, you do not want to see, literally, we could literally have like 2 rooms full of my actually we kind of do. You do not want to see my movie collection. There's a lot.
Actually, I do. We all want to see it, right?
I could probably take 3 photos and I'd still be busy. I don't even know how many movies I own. Some movies I don't even watch on DVD anymore because it's like on streaming services. Literally like one ironic time, so I got Frankenweenie that I've always wanted to get for like the longest time because I really like the movie. I finally got it on Halloween for like a little treat. That year, the next year on April, it went on HBO, Disney Plus. It's like, what was the freaking point?
Right. I used to have a whole wall of VHS movies, like all
VHS.
Movies.
Oh yeah, I used to watch The Grinch. That like,
bro, can we give them all to Goodwill or the thrift store? And I went to the thrift store on Southside Boulevard.
I used to watch a lot of VHS.
Is this my collection? I went over there and I found like everything, like 101 Dalmatians, Aristocats, and like all my VHS. I'm like, dang. I think it just went to here.
No, literally, I think I don't know that many VHS movies that I had, but I do know that I had like the colored or hand-drawn Grinch movie and Anastasia. Those are for sure that I know that I had. I loved Anastasia when I was little.
I used to love that one too.
Mm-hmm. Same.
Mm-hmm. If if it's the two I really miss are 101 Dalmatians, the unanimated version, and Homeward Bound: The Incredible Journey. Those two, I love them.
Oh, my childhood movies are probably like Alice in Wonderland, Monsters vs. Aliens, and like Monsters Inc.
Monsters vs. Aliens. Gosh, I guess I'm old. That came out when I was in like late elementary school, if I'm not wrong.
Well, it came out when I was born or something. I only watched it because there was like this blue dude, and as you can tell, I'm obsessed with blue. I think actually Megamind is one of my childhood movies too. I just loved anything. Like if there was a blue character, you already have my money. I'm gonna watch it eventually.
I remember seeing that elementary school movie night. It was like when it first came out or whatever. I can't remember what grade it was. The Incredibles, yep. I think I might have that on DVD if I'm not wrong.
I have both. I have
2004.
I have,
and then
I have both on like 4K.
I think it was 2019 it came out, I believe. Or
I watched it when I was in Ohio.
It was so weird because I literally, The Incredibles was me and Andreas' both favorite movie, and I remember we repeatedly watched it on pay-per-view. Like we just always put it on over and over again because we had pay-per-view. And then
that was my situation.
Because the ending was such a cliffhanger, and then literally like freaking 15 years later, they finally have the next one.
14. Sorry, 14.
Dude.
The only reason why I know it's 14 is because literally people were like making the joke how like the line was like, I'm sorry, and they're like, too late, 15 years too late, and it was literally going to be 15 years to the sequel. But then Toy Story 4 was delayed and they switched spots, so it was 14 years. That's the only reason why I remember that.
The fact that 9 people voted to kick Millie right now. No one likes her.
Oh my gosh.
I had to
Oh my god, we kicked her finally?
Did the poll.
Meet the Robinsons. Oh, that movie.
Millie was like saying she was going to leave, and I was like, just go. And then Doc does a poll. Oh, Brother Bear. Oh my god, I
irritated me.
Brother Bear. That's such a good movie. Brother Bear was
Brother Bear.
Oh, you
I used to have the CD disc game for the computer for that, and I played it like over and over and over again.
Oh, I used to have like a Monsters vs. Aliens Wii game.
It's such a good movie.
Oh my god, you wonder.
My dad took me and my brother to see it.
Oh, I didn't see it. I was told it was bad when I was interested in seeing it. For some reason.
My dad's favorite.
Oh, it just also Lilo and Stitch is one of my favorite movies.
Yes, Lilo
and Stitch was a good series as well, but my dad's favorite was Dumbo.
Oh, Dumbo.
Dumbo's sad.
Am I the only one that likes the live action remake of it? I really like the live action remake.
I like that one. Easy, you might have been too young for this, but Lilo and Stitch was like its own television show too. For like
I've heard about that. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. I know it's on Disney Plus, but I have not seen it.
Me and Andreas, that was our favorite cartoon, was Lilo and Stitch. Like the full television show. The movies, obviously, we loved, but like the television show is so good. I actually didn't know that kids didn't know that Lilo and Stitch was a television show until
this gives me nostalgia.
I was talking to a mom.
If I'm not wrong, I think I might have the game on Game Boy somewhere in this house.
I was talking to this one mom when I was working, and I was like, "Oh, I love that television show," and she was like, "I didn't know it was a television show. My kids just like the movie," and I was like, "You don't know about the TV show too? Like that was such a good show."
You're touching me. I'm not touching you. Now you're touching me. Not touching.
Oh, this freaking game. Oh my gosh. Gives me nostalgia. This game when it got canceled actually gave me somewhat of depression. Because I never thought this game would leave. I loved it so much. I sent a gif of it in the T chat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it was my favorite. Disney Infinity was my childhood. I actually have 2 different versions of it. I own 2 different versions of it. I used to have it on the Wii, and then the Xbox 360.
What was very depressing for me is I had basic cable growing up until like the 5th grade, and when Cartoon Network got moved from channel 45 to like channel 124, we didn't have that many channels, so I didn't really get a chance to see a lot of the somewhat new, somewhat old Cartoon Network ones. So it's like I was behind on that, but at least Johnny Bravo and Dexter's Lab, and those were I still got a chance to see those. I'm thinking of like when we used to change the channel between Cartoon Network and Disney and Nickelodeon and stuff like that. Like, man, this is like the Sanyo TV all over again.
I think Ben 10.
You know what's super funny nowadays? So I've learned. So you know how Lenny? So you know how in Lilo and Stitch, how Lilo tries to teach Leo to be this like a good citizen. She uses Elvis Presley as an example. I remember being like, wasn't he caught like for like drug addict? And then I read this article where like he was intoxicated and he wanted to show off his katana move in front of a moveless person who feared for their life. just like imagine meeting Elvis and he was like drunk and be like, look at my katana moves, and you're just like, please don't kill me.
Seeing that kind of reminds me of not Ben 10, Danny Phantom.
Danny Phantom, I like.
Yeah.
I never watched Cartoon Network. I've only watched like I used to watch Disney Channel or Nickelodeon. Like
Danny Phantom was on Nickelodeon.
Yeah, I watched Nick mostly, and I watched Cartoon Network a lot. But I liked Disney for like Kim Possible, Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah.
Those are really
9
good.
yards.
Yep. But I
was gonna say I used to watch SpongeBob all the time, and my parents hated me for it because like they thought it was
my childhood until it started getting like into like the very, very new seasons. And like then it
I think I started losing interest in SpongeBob was like when like they started doing like those episodes. I think like one of the last episodes I remember purposely trying to watch when it premiered was like the one where like he breaks his thumbs and he like has an existential crisis or something.
Are you talking about the Splinter?
SpongeBob.
Yeah, I mean, one of the episodes was called The Splinter, where he has a big splinter in his thumb, and they're like the whole episode.
No, he like breaks his actual thumb. Like he breaks both of his thumbs or hands or one of the two, and he has like an existential crisis. He can't like make spatula or make patties or something.
I never watched SpongeBob like that, but I wasn't allowed to, and then I just never bothered.
I don't really watch.
You weren't missing when it comes to newer seasons because there's a lot of filler, there's a lot of repeating the episodes and stuff like that, and it's just not really satisfying to watch anymore. It's not appropriate, I should say.
Well, I just find it like nowadays, like when I try to watch episodes, either I can't watch all of them, or like they repeat it and it just gets boring. I just don't.
Exactly. There's plenty of episodes where you can like
I used to watch live streams and they're like 100 different episodes, and like after the first 2 episodes, like they start repeating the same 2 episodes in a row, and I'm like,
I'm running out of ideas.
Yeah, he's kind of clickbait saying 100 different episodes, which I know it's for fact there is more than 100 episodes, so you can't be like, we didn't have enough.
I think 100 episodes, 100 different episodes, and that's it. Like, I'm not sure how many episodes the show has in total.
I'm pretty sure they don't have that. I always thought they had like maybe 200, or at least more than 100.
I'm gonna say, aren't they still making it? And the show's been going on since I was born, like in '99.
Yeah, like they've had so many seasons. I think they've had like 25 seasons or something.
It should have ended at the movie, if you ask me.
The movie?
Yeah, it should have ended right there.
Which movie? Because there's like
The
3 of
first
them.
one.
There's like 3 of them.
Season 3.
The third one, this one, the one that came out recently.
The season 3. After the movie after season 3, it should have just ended right there.
Oh,
Like,
well then then I would have never gotten to watch Sponge Out of Water, which was the only SpongeBob movie that I got to watch in theaters.
I still made it. It's not necessarily a part of the series,
I
is
don't
it?
know.
Oh my god, I
Might
remember
be.
watching Pokemon where, what was the redheaded girl's name? Misty and Ash. That was like the first female character. And then when they switched her to May, I was mad.
What did
I
they
got really
do?
upset when they made May. They took away Misty for May, but I liked May. But I was like older by the time May came around. I think that was her name, and then I was just like, no.
No. I've been watching the High School Musical, the series on Disney Plus, and literally this like new season, I've been getting really pissed at like the main character, the dude, because like to be fair, like usually they make like if the characters are not good at singing, you know, they would do auto tune, right? But for some reason, this dude is so like it makes me cheese or cringe how bad he's singing, and like. It seems like they would do like the shit for a different character, for 2 different people, and then he gets the main role, and I'm like, no. And I legit have like a legit like rant to myself after the episode, and I was just like, what is my life? Why am I doing this? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Also, you know, like those things where like they are like where you always think there's this one thing, but it's like false, like the Berenstain Bears and the Berenstain Bears or something like that.
Yeah.
I always feel like that whenever I'm like, there's a blue Teletubby, and my parents are like, no, there's only a pink one. I'm like, I swore there was a blue one. Am I crazy? I thought there was a blue Teletubby.
I thought there was a blue Teletubby. Wasn't? I don't know.
I felt like there was. Apparently there wasn't, but there was like a blue vacuum thing. I'm like, no, there was a blue Teletubby. I swear there was.
He was like bluish purple, so maybe that's why people got confused. I don't know.
But like the purple is very different from what the color blue would be in my memory. So I just like I don't know how I messed it up so badly.
It's like sometimes he looks blue and sometimes he looks purple, I feel like. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess it's purple.
What you got against red? I'm kidding.
No, it's not that the red one. I swore there was a blue one.
No, because you know red, blue, and purple. That's yeah, making a bad joke.
I don't get jokes like that. I don't get stuff like that. Unless you make it blunt, I don't get jokes.
You probably wouldn't like me very much because I'm a jokester.
I was scared of Teletubbies. Yeah, Eagle says Teletubbies was creepy. I was scared of Teletubbies. I was scared of Barney. And
You know what I was randomly scared of for some reason? I was scared of, God, I can't remember, but it was like, I think it was like these random, like, I think I was scared of the Rugrats. I don't know why.
Really?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah, the
remember ever
Rugrats
being
like-
scared of the TV show.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly don't remember being scared of the TV
I
show.
know, I would get like, I was scared of a lot of like, it wasn't like the television show itself, it was like the characters like creeped me out when I was little. So like, I would not watch any of those like, you know, shows where they just had like real people in costumes. Like that like scared me.
See, one thing that used to trigger me to death was, like, I think I watched a little bit of Barney when I was a kid or whatever.
Am I the only one that remembers the Good Night Show? Am I the only one that remembers the Good Night Show?
Clifford. Oh, that was a good one when I was a kid.
Clifford the Big Red Dog is amazing.
I freaking love that one.
Am I the only one that knew like
Clifford and Blue.
that spurt one where it's like the Good Morning Show and the Good Night Show?
I remember Good Morning because Mama used to watch the Waltons whenever I used to go to school. Good Morning with
I think the Good Morning Show used to show like the Good Night Show. I remember showed Berenstain Bears, and then like the Good Morning Show would show like Lazy Town and stuff. I always hate the afternoon show or something because it would always have like a puppet and it would always be so boring.
I used to like Lazy Town.
I know. I used to for some reason only like the pink hair girl or something like that. I don't know why.
Like the more recent cartoons like Bubble Guppies, Handy Mandy, and the other ones I didn't watch those because they were too recent.
Well, I have a weird question for you guys, but do you have any super traumatizing like nightmares that you guys never forget?
Yeah.
And if so, can you tell me what it is?
So my super traumatizing nightmare was like a repetitive one. It happened around the same time every year for like years. It's literally, I don't even know why it's traumatizing, but basically it's this repetitive dream, and it always happened around Christmas time ever since as long as I could remember. So I was in like a house, like I thought it felt like it was like my house, like, but it didn't look like my house. And my parents had like these like people over, and they were like drinking stuff. And when I was little, they were probably drunk, but like when I was little, I was just like, why are they like acting so weird? So like I got bored and in my dream, and I decided to like walk around in my house. So I went downstairs and I like peeked in this one room, and there was a man in there, and it was Santa. And I was like looking at Santa because I was like, oh my God, like Santa's like in the room. And Santa like somehow realized that I was standing like behind him, like looking at him. And he got really angry, and he turned around and his face turned red, and steam started coming out of his ears and nose. And then he literally flat out turned into a train. Like imagine like Thomas the Choo Choo Train, but like Santa's face on top of it. And so then his train was going like full, and he was all red with steam. He was going full force, like speed, straight at me to like run me over. So I started like running up the stairs, but then the stairs started like missing stairs in between. So I'd have to like pull myself up them because they would be like missing steps. And it was like the weirdest thing ever. And I would like go back upstairs like all scared, and my parents were like drunk in my dream or something, and no one would help me. And this evil Santa train killed me. And that's
one time,
okay, it's the Chank engine, Skyrim.
Okay, so my dream. Okay, so here's my traumatizing nightmare. So it first started. So it always would involve like a technology thing that I would be obsessed with. And like the first time I ever got it, I think I was like maybe 4 or 5, and I would always listen to lullabies. So my music box, my dream was like, you can't listen to this one song. And one time it started playing this like cute little sounding lullaby, but like then you get like, but then like I remember like it was fun, like these twin girls, like, but like they would be like all creepy and like killer like, and like I remember trying to run out of my bedroom, but you know, since it's a nightmare, freaking gravity doesn't work or anything, and it's just like slowly, and they're just slowly creepy walking to me with like this creepy ass music towards me to kill me or eat me. I don't even know what, because I'd always wake up in a pool of sweat right before like it would happen. And the second time it happened, it was like I was obsessed with my parents' bed TV in their bedrooms, since you know I could watch movies there and just be left alone without any interruptions. One time it was like watching like, I don't know, like I think it was like actually SpongeBob, and then like this creepy kid with like this half melted face came out of the TV and tried to like kill me again, and I don't even know why. And I tried to run away again. Once again, I failed. And last time it was like another girl, but it was like, oh no, where the hell did he go? But what I was saying, it was like a deformed girl who would only go after me, and like it would always go after me after I do one thing wrong, and it just always freaked me out, and it would always involve something I was into at the time, like a TV or like music box or like something like that. And it always scared me.
Oh.
Mine, it's actually extremely weird. Like, I don't understand, like, why I would think this would be real. Then again, I was a kid when this happened.
Okay.
Like, when I was a kid, I was... You can judge me later. I was obsessed with ceiling fans.
I don't understand ceiling fans. I always thought they would chop my head off.
Well, I have 8-foot ceilings, and I was a short kid at the time, so and I'm actually kind of tall. But anyway, like I always like every single ceiling fan, and like if I go to somebody's house, ceiling fan got to be on. I go to my own room, ceiling fan's got to be on. But the ones that are in the kitchen have very short chains, and so I couldn't reach them at the time. And back when they were installing the ones in the kitchen, Uncle William did one, my dad did the other. There's 2 in there, and it's a tiny little glass shade that's on there, and he had too big of a light bulb on there. So next thing you know, the bottom of the shade is broken. And it's like broken in the shape of a smiling mouth. It's kind of weird. And next thing you know, like I said, I like to turn on the chains and stuff like that and pull the fan. God, I'm getting my words mixed up. But in the dream, I could actually reach the chain for some reason. And the thing that traumatized me the most, it's so weird. I don't understand why this happened. I pulled the chain. As soon as I went to reach for the chain, the smile turned into a frown, and it was starting to chase after me. It was chasing after me. I was running around the whole house, and ever since then, I wouldn't go near that fan for a while. Luckily, it was in the back of the house. I mean, now I know it's just sitting there like, hey, how you doing? You know, turn me on or what? I don't understand what happened. I mean, this was like, I was like 5 or whatever, 5 or 6 years old. I'm like, I hated that thing for a while.
I don't blame you, because you know how I was talking about like how I thought like those like sticker looking things from Tinkerbell were tornadoes. I almost had a dream that they broke into my house and we had to hide in my sister's room. So, you know, not normal.
But I don't understand how. I mean, now I look at the what's it called, the broken globe again, and it's just a circle. It's like a regular. It doesn't look like a smile anymore. I guess it's just from the angle I was looking at it. But I don't understand how something can just turn into a frown like that. I'm just thinking, like,
it becomes literal and literal alive. It's dreams are weird. And how they work.
I really couldn't think of any scary dream. Then again, I'm like 22 now, so.
Wow. Yeah, ever since I was like 3 or 4, I would have this nightmare every night where I would start off in either at my mom's house or my dad's house, and I'd go around, but I'd always look behind me, and there would always be somebody stalking me. Like, I'd have a psychopathic murderer chasing me.
Oh my God.
So, like, yeah, we'd, like, travel around town, and there'd be just, like, somebody following me. And then it would always escalate to, like guns being fired and all that stuff. But I feel like it's because I watched a lot of Marvel movies and, like, murder mystery shows ever since I was, like, super little. So, yeah, I only lost those, like, nightmares, like, 2 years ago. It'd be like, it's like a different episode on like a whole series. Like every time I would go to bed, it'd be like a series of like, all right, this time up on Lala's Nightmares, you're at the zoo and you're being chased by a psychopathic murderer.
To be fair, there was this one line from a movie called the live action remake of Alice in Wonderland, and she was like, I always have the same dream. Like, girls, same. I always had like this weird dream. It wasn't a nightmare, but it was strange. And it was like these weird monster things that would always go after me, and like either they were like giants or they were like lizard girls who would go after me, and I don't understand, and they would always somehow be somewhat similar, and I'd always have to hide, and I'm just like, is this normal actually? Is it normal to have like same dreams over and over?
I feel like if something's on your mind a lot, maybe.
I'm not really sure about that.
Yeah, because I would always have that nightmare. Yeah, I would always have that nightmare, and then I also had, every time I was sick, I would have the same dream. Like, I knew I was sick the night before. Like, if I had a fever, the night before I'd actually have a fever, I'd have that dream, and I'd know I was sick.
Wait, so isn't that like what a fever dream is?
I'm not for that test no more. I'm sick.
Isn't that what a fever dream is? I'm just wondering.
You know, you have a test coming up on Friday. Guys, like, can I please have that dream on Thursday night just so I don't have to be at that test? So I'll be sick.
Yeah.
Oh, one time, so true story. So I used to like I was in second grade, and I was always told like, oh, you overheat a lot, and it's normal, and you could get sick easily just by overheating. And I used to always think if I'm overheating, I'm probably sick. One time, I was getting overheated, and I didn't feel well, and I was like, please don't be serious. But it was like a pretty hot temperature, so they let me go to the doctor's nurse office. They picked me up, and I was like, please, so let me give you a little story why I didn't want to be sick that day. Is because they were doing a my choir class was doing like a choir thing for like in front of the school, and afterwards in front of the parents, and I was really excited to do it because I worked really hard on it, and I was excited to do it. I was feeling ill that day. I was like, okay, maybe if I just relax and just have a chill day afterwards, I might feel better for like, you know, just the after school performance. My parents, I started getting hungry, so I was like, you know what, just give me some food. I have food while I'm watching a movie, so I'm not like running around or doing anything crazy. I eat food. Probably 15 minutes later, I throw up. And I'm like, God damn it. Also, I don't know if this is what a fever dream is, but whenever I would be ill or like threw up recently, during the dream, I would always have like this fan noise, you know, like those noises that fans make.
Yeah.
Like it would make this noise, and it would make me like shrink or like make things grow or like shrink things so much. Like one time I remember like it shrinks so much, like everything was like this like a circle, like an atom circle thing, and I was like, what the hell is going on? Either it would be like so small that I was like literally the size of the room, or it was like so small that I was like I could fit in like a little hole of like my fan that's like has little like holes that not even my fingers could fit through. And I was like always so confused, and it always depend on the noise of the fan.
I think the dreams that in a normal life, what is going on here? This is not normal. But in a dream, I'm okay with this.
Yeah.
Dreams are always like when you first have a dream, you're like, oh, this is totally normal. And then afterwards, you're like, what drug was I on to think that was normal? Also, why is it always so common that like you always have a great dream going on and you get interrupted, and then you always remember it, but then when you have like a fine dream or like an interesting dream, and you go up on your own or even interrupted, you can never remember it. Like people are like, oh, what did you dream about? And you're like, I don't know. But yeah, like you can remember a random dream you had like 2 summers ago or something.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of what my traumatizing dream was because I really don't remember moments like this. You see, the ones I hate the most is like, for example,
am I the only one that can't? Hello?
Hey.
Oh, I thought my mic broke, and I was like, am I the only one that's struggling to hear things?
I think it's like hot.
Oh, that might be it. I thought he was walking away from the mic. I was like, am I the only one that thinks that, or is it just my headset?
Alright, I think I might have to use my backup microphone.
Okay, that's okay. Lenny, I have a question. What was your fondest memory of playing Roblox with Pat? so we could still be positive.
Probably just playing Piggy with all of you guys.
Honestly, my favorite moment was probably when you sent me the friend request the first time.
Oh.
I legit was like giddy.
Oh yeah, I know how you feel.
I know.
remember
I was. The worst thing is the worst thing is that I was super happy, and then like I think Lenny for some reason, I don't know why, but luckily I fixed it. Lenny unfriended me the day after, and for some reason I was convinced my sister did it to like troll me. And then later I get like then like a month later exactly like no, it was actually legit 1 month later, because I think you friended me on like June 18th, and then you friended me again on July 18th, and I was like, at least I was patient.
Yeah, I remember when you and Lenny and Pat were streaming Piggy. You gave me a birthday shout out, and God, that made my day.
Oh,
I legit remember one.
Yeah, I
legit remember.
I doubt you'd remember, but I was Marvel Lover.
Wait, what was it?
Marvel Lover.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
Legit,
there were some birthday shout outs.
Like I remember the first time you friended me, I think we were playing like Zombie Field Trip Z, and like I wasn't even really mentioned, but like, and then like later I remember like we were playing like I think it was like Homer Piggy something, and I was like Piggy 3 times in a row, and I remember you were like, oh, DZ, and I was like, oh, and then you guys said it again, and then they were like, I wonder who it is, and I'm like, it's me.
Oh.
I remember, I actually, when Pat was so upset saying, like, I think they're faster than us, I was legit only, if you look carefully during the video, when you guys were outside and he died the first time as Piggy, I legit stopped so you didn't get killed, and I killed Pat.
Good.
And I only did that because I didn't want you to hate me.
I hated you.
Also, I think one of the funniest moments I've ever had is when I was online and I see you online. I was like, oh, what game are you playing? And I see you playing an obby, and you, like Pat wasn't even playing with you. You were just playing it alone with like Hot Taco, I think, joined you or something. I'm just like, are you trying to torture yourself or something?
I don't know why I was playing that, to be honest.
Whoops. I was gonna say, I feel like maybe, now when I think about it, maybe Pat was in it there, but I think you were actually playing it.
No, I think I was. I think he had said, like, we were gonna play it, so I had, like, logged in to get it ready and was, like, playing, and then, like, we didn't end up, like,
Aww. One time I will never forget. One time I never forget is one time I went into like I think it was like the space game thing, but I don't think you guys played it for the game. But I legit joined your thing because you guys were going into it, and then for some reason you guys decided to go to the other side or something. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I think we had done that a couple times. Yeah.
I just think it's really fun to play with you on Roblox. It's just so much fun. It's even funner. I don't know if this sounds normal, but I think it's even more fun when like you're not like talking. So we have to envision what you're saying, and always to me, it's like always like the weirdest things. Like one time I remember. You were like on this sliding wheelchair, and you're like, I just remember you being like, breathe.
Fun, like playing with all the fans, and then like reading comments. Like ended up like being that game.
It's just I don't think people would actually try and join nowadays. So honestly, I wonder what would happen if you do join public servers.
Yeah, I don't have like public joins on anymore, I don't think. I think it's just the fans.
I would join.
You would join? Well, thank you.
Well, to be fair, I remember you had to like log in last time because you weren't on for so long.
I know I had to send a passcode because it had been like so long since I last did it.
It was like only 2 months though.
And I had
no, it'd be 4. But like it was only 2 months. No, it was like January, so it'd be like almost 4 months now.
Yeah, it was a long time.
I feel like I'm the only one starting conversations. So to be fair, that's normal.
I don't know how to start conversations. I just say something and then that's it.
To me, that's what I do. It's like I try and start a conversation like either what's your favorite thing or like something, and then it always turns into a conversation. But like when I keep having to like keep the conversation going so it doesn't go awkward silence, it's just like I feel awkward because I feel like I'm like taking control of the conversation, which I feel like I should never be doing. Though to be fair, I started it.
That could be why I just ramble on for hours. You get into a conversation.
No, if you tried to start a conversation with me and we had a stoppable thing and we kept having like enjoyable times, we'd probably be there for an entire day, nonstop. No stop for food. We'd probably even go to like a restaurant and still be talking, be like, hey, do you want to just quickly go get food? And then we keep talking.
What happened to use the restroom?
It's just like, no, that'd be the only time they break. It's just like, I need to go to the bathroom. Okay. It's been 5 minutes. It's like, sorry.
Stop for a restroom break.
It's like I've been here for 6 hours and at least have some.
One time, okay, this is random, but it threw into my head. So one time I'm with my friends, and I think it was for a birthday party, and I was showing them Sleepy Hollow Lenny, and we were eating popcorn, and we had like 3 buckets of like homemade popcorn for them. One for me, one for my one friend, and then one for the other one. And we were like 15 minutes in, and this one friend was already done with like their bucket of popcorn. We're like, Jesus! And I remember them specifically saying, I'm sorry, I can't control it. Popcorn is my heroin or cocaine.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just like,
cheese popcorn is just
butter popcorn's the best.
Yeah, butter's pretty good too, but cheese is my weakness.
Cheese,
especially when it gets all of you.
I'm sorry, I don't get why people add like cheese to it. I don't find it salt and butter delicious.
It's very cheesy, I guess. You can slap me later.
Well, to be fair, my movies are my kryptonite. Like they shut me. Either they make me ramble about the movie because I love it so much, or they make me shut up for like an hour or 2, which is honestly a best sleep.
Well, if you have it up loud enough, then I guess it'll shut you because you can't talk over the movie.
Well, if I'm watching it technically I kind of have like a movie theater in my basement because it's like a giant TV, and it's really dark down there. I call it a movie theater, but it's just like a normal like living room area.
What I want. I know over at Sam's off, Beach Boulevard, they have a 65-inch Vizio, which actually has the same apps as my current Vizio, for only $450. I said, I need to get.
And technically,
I said, I'm looking at a house right now. I already have the sound system, like you'll hear. I just need to get the TV. I'll just have like a movie theater.
One time I legit remember. So I think I was like watching Annabelle Creation for the first time. And I just started rambling and being like, no, don't do that. Oh, God, you're just vandalizing, or, oh, my God, how they're still alive. And I remember my dad walking down to get, like, beer or something, and he's like, who are you talking to? And I'm like, I'm talking to the TV.
Weird.
And to be fair, if I didn't, I'd probably freak out the first time.
I wonder how well I would stream, because I like talk to myself when I'm playing games too. It's like, and the next thing I'm like in a voice chat. Didn't realize I was in voice chat, and my friend's like, "You talking to me?" I'm like, "No, sorry, I'm sorry."
Also, does anybody talk to like ads or
ads?
songs?
Oh,
like,
songs?
a song would go like, I don't even know how it would go. It'd just say something, and then you'd be like, yeah, no, thank you.
Well, you see,
No, I once remember, so ironically, so when I was watching after I got home from school, I remember seeing the Conjuring 3, The Devil Made Me Do It trailer came out, and I was like, I clicked it so fast, I was wondering if I clicked on a It trailer, but I was like, no, it says Conjuring. And like one of the first lines is like, I think I heard someone, and I legit screamed out, oh, like, you think? Because like they're legit covered in blood.
You see, whenever I get frustrated at anything, I use the Russian accent, especially when I drive, I rage, if I rage at a game or something just pisses me off, whatever. And even my coworkers, I think, okay, he's using Russian, he's getting frustrated. So if I get an advertisement, interrupt my video, like, what the hell are you doing? Buddy, come on.
They don't do accents that much. I kind of do. Like, I can do when I force it on me, but like, I have an extra accent or something.
I just pick up accents from movies.
Country.
Same.
Country.
I don't know how British people. I don't know how people. One time I heard like, I love British term. I hope no British people are here because it's gonna offend them all. But like, they're like, talking British is super easy. It's like you just pucker up your lips like you're sipping tea, and you just suddenly sound British. And I'm just like, that is so true.
Excuse me, I'm going to smack you for that.
Well, to be fair, if we make fun of British people, we make fun of Americans 2 times more, if not more.
I'm so sorry if I offended someone with that.
To be fair, I don't get why people hate Dick Van Dyke's British accent in Mary Poppins. It convinced me. I'm not even joking. When I first heard it, they were like, "You do know that's a terrible British accent." I'm like, it convinced me.
Oh my gosh, it was amazing because my brother-in-law likes to play World War II games, and so I get the Russian accent from him. You see, he does Scottish because, like I said, my brother-in-law's last name's Kilpatrick, and that's why it's perfect for killing Patrick. And Kilpatrick's Scottish, and so he says he goes a good Scottish accent, good Russian accent, and so it's like my sister was just talking about something random. He says, "A big fat Scotsman." He goes, "Stop making fun of me."
I'm trying to remember. I remember watching, I think it was like last Christmas, and like, I was just like in the first like 10 minutes in awe of how good the British accents are. I was like, oh my gosh. And then I was just like, I didn't even recognize I was listening to a British accent. I just thought it was a normal accent. Accents don't affect me.
My common accent. I don't even know what my natural accent is because Russian's when I'm getting frustrated.
Same.
Russian's when I'm getting frustrated. Country is when I get like really like truly upset, and then British is when someone wants me to do it on command, I can do it. And then there's this, whatever this is.
The thing is that for me, I don't even know my true voice tone because like either I sound super childish or I can sound like this, and I don't know my tone. So I always have like an identity crisis. It's like, what is my voice?
Do y'all got your state's accent? Is that what you're trying to say to me?
Oh yeah, you betcha.
Oh my gosh.
I definitely got my state's accent. I'm gonna go up north.
I have so many accents that people just say I have like a personality disorder. It's just that I'm lonely. That's all.
Right.
Just lonely.
You listen to your piglet eating some biscuit. You try that bull hunk, give me one more time, I'll smack you 2 by 4.
Excuse me, what the hell?
What Sam Hill is that for?
Oh, they're playing catch.
I'm gonna get smacked by
It's
somebody.
like, I think they're playing catch. I think they're playing roulette.
What was that?
Roulette.
Excuse me. What was that?
Roulette. Do you know what I've been told is roulette? It can either be like very violent or it's just be like you throw a ball in the air and the last person that moves wins. Which honestly, I feel like I should have. I feel like I wanted. When I hear the rules now, I'm just like, I really wanted to play that. If I was a kid, I would have played it all the time. To be fair, I'd probably have several concussions because I wouldn't move, and then just like the ball hits me in the head. Just be like, I still won though.
And the 5 people listening are probably cringing right now.
We don't care. Well, to be fair, I saw Maddie come in and then she left. I think she died by embarrassment. She was like, I can't handle this. I'm leaving. These people are rebels.
Like, literally, when I go out shopping with Mama, like, my favorite place to shop is Southside Boulevard, and that little, like, and that PetSmart in that area. That's my favorite place.
You know, my favorite place to go in any store is the technology.
Easy, let him finish for a minute.
Sorry.
So it's all right, but like I always like just find good stuff, just like make up jokes out of it. I said, this is why you don't take me shopping.
Oh, I do that too. Why? Hello?
Sorry, you proceed. I'm here. Did it cut out?
I was just wondering who was tapping, and I was wondering if they wanted to say something. I just don't know how to pronounce their name.
Bestie Lala or
Lala? I don't know how to pronounce it, and I don't want to offend them.
Sorry. I'm using my earbuds, and the Apple ones, I was clicking the volume to go up, and it was like a little tapping noise.
Oh, also, how do you pronounce your name? Because I wanted to say it, but I didn't want to offend you.
Lala. It's just my nickname because nobody can say my actual name.
It's coconut.
Because I remember, I think I was trying to say a cat, and I said,
I'll send it in the chat and you should try to say it.
I'm probably going to butcher it. I'm probably going to get smacked, but we're going to try it anyway.
Lorelai.
Yeah, it's
Lorelai.
Everybody says Lorelai or Laura. I think somebody said Lali.
I will just I've ever seen Four Girls. Lorelai is the main character.
Yeah.
Lorelai?
Yeah.
I was named after her.
Okay, so I'll put my middle name in the chat. You guys can all see if you can pronounce it. Don't overthink it.
My names are super easy, and I don't want to announce them. Yeah, no, but...
Ashley G.
It's just Ashley. Just straight up Ashley. The GHG is silent.
Wow.
I don't know why my mother decided to do that.
I
If you
just
look up on my connected accounts, you'll see my last name. My last name is literally just say it how it's spelled.
Also, by the way, the reason why I'm always so scared of butchering people's names is because remember when, like, I don't know how to pronounce her name still, but it was like Cat or something. I was trying to say her name and she got so mad at me.
AK Cat.
AK Cat? I always thought it was like I thought it was Cat, or like, I think I even said Cat.
I think Andrea started calling her AK Cat, and then everyone...
That's what I called her, was AK, or AK Cat.
Yeah.
Oh, I also remember calling Airweb, Web, or like, Web Air or something, or Web Hour.
I call her AER Web.
Air.
I just call her Air. I don't know.
Yeah, but to me, I always knew the web parts. I didn't know the air part, so I'd always be like web something.
Someone said their last name is Cox. COX.
Nice.
With that last name.
Nice.
My associate pastor was named Dewey Cox.
I don't like, all my names are easy, and I don't even want to. Well, okay, that sounds like a pun, but that wasn't a pun. Okay. All my names are pretty simple to say, and I don't even want to announce them or share them. I think I've shared them before. I'm pretty sure you guys could probably easily figure them out if you look hard.
Okay, mine's all in my links. So
if you look up, like if you look through my videos or something, I do say them. I even think I said it to Maddie and something, and like she got it right or something along those lines, but like not spelled correctly. When we were playing, I
want y'all to try and pronounce this just to see if anybody was going to butcher it.
Okay, what is it?
Oh God.
There
you go. Squirrel got it. Just say it how it's spelled. Say how it's spelled.
Oh, I was trying to pronounce it. I just say.
And that I was talking about before, I looked up my last name on there, and my family is like I think there's like 3 families with that last name in Florida. All of Florida. All the rest are up in Ohio.
I've never met anybody with my last name.
I'm still dying. I tried to pronounce it, and I said "cock."
Close to it. I mean, there was I don't know what was that, Core Track or what? No, I don't think I had stuff like that. There was someone I was on the news or whatever. So that's pretty daggum close. What my last name is because I never, apart from my family, of course, up in Ohio, but have met anybody with my last name on there. It's kind of freaky.
Stalk me?
Literally, I'm so used to people having my names. One time I legit, so there's this one girl at my school, who is blonde and I have brown hair, and this one person thought, I was talking about how, like, my sister's the worst, and they were like, oh, is it that person? I'm like, no. And they were like, and I was like, why would you think that? It's like, no, because you have the same last name. I'm like, fair enough, but we're not related. Like, I think I've seen, one, I know that girl, I know another girl that had but spelled differently. I think I've met 5 people in my entire school, same last name, not including my sister.
Wow. Yeah. Between my first name and my last name, substitutes just hate me.
People don't. Legit, one time I got a substitute teacher. My name is super easy. And they still started and was like, hey, and I'm like, seriously? It's 4 letters. How do you mess that up? And it's not like weird 4 names. It's simple.
Yeah. Like, my English teacher, he hates my family. And he just hates us all because he had me and my sister and my brother. And he's just like, he's just rude. And one time he was like, what's your last name? And I was like, I said my last name. And then he's like, and he says it wrong purposefully. And I was like, how'd you mess that up? Like, you obviously have to do that wrong purposefully.
Oh, one time, so my sister, so I think I was in 7th grade, and my sister said, oh, be aware of my science teacher, he's a pedophile or something. Because I was like, why? And she's like, oh, he's been caught, like, throwing, like, pencils behind women to check out their asses or something. I'm like, and I legit kind of got that vibe, but I was like, and then later I'm like, no, I don't feel like that's the type of person he is. He just gets annoyed because, we are a pain in the ass sometimes and don't know how to shut up. And then literally I think he got in trouble and people were like saying, oh, he got caught watching porn or something. I'm like, why? And then literally my sister said that again, the same teacher, no, 2 different teachers this year that are for the same reason. I'm like, I feel like you're making stuff up to mess with me, but I always freak out now.
Hello?
Why is there always so awkward silence?
I don't know.
Sometimes I just don't know how to respond to people.
Yeah.
So that's one of my first, like, responding with something useless, and then it just goes quiet, so I don't respond.
Yeah.
The sky is blue.
Looks black to me because it's dark outside.
That's true.
To me, it looks orange.
Oh.
It's dark out.
If it's orange, if it's not because of the sunrise, you have an issue.
Yeah.
If you look on my car is very shiny, so you could see the sky from my car. It's blue.
Am I the only one that loved when the nighttime isn't dark and it's like because of the moon and it's like the moon is like the new sun or something?
It lights up like a portion of the area, though.
I love those nights where it's like the moon is so bright where like you could legit walk outside without any needing of any light because it's so bright outside. I love those nights.
That might be just street lights. I'm kidding.
No, it's not like you even need street lights. It's so bright. Like you could legit see your like entire lawn and you don't get any reflection because of moonlight.
Actually, that actually happened because my Uncle Joe lives out in the boondocks, and it's like every mile down the road was like a street light, but then he lost power. And I'm like, oh crap, he loses power, we're not going to be able to see anything. But like you said, the moon was so bright, it was actually reflecting into the window. We actually had like a little bit of light. I said, wow, that was like lucky because, I don't think we ever be able to see because like if you go into his backyard and the emergency light shuts off, that's it. There's no light. Because we stayed out in a tent one time because like, in a tent in the boondocks, I guess you can consider going camping. But once that light turned off, like, you better make sure you're asleep.
Oh, anyway, quiet.
Lenny has her mic muted. I think she's busy.
I was gonna ask you guys. One time when you guys were kids, it says your parents told you something traumatizing that scared the daylight out of you.
It wasn't
I know which
my
one that could be.
It wasn't my parent, but it was my dad's friend. I was like 3 or 4 years old. Everything happens when I'm 3 to 7. But he told me, because I was like shoving donuts down my throat left, right, and center. And he told me that if I kept on eating donuts, I'd turn into one. And that scared me so bad when I was like 3 years old.
Has anyone here heard of Evil Roy Slade?
No. What is that?
It's a 1970s Western comedy. It's about a bad man that's trying to change his ways and stuff like that. He was rejected as a kid, and he just turned out to be evil, whatever. But the Publix that's down the street from my house used to be in Albertsons back before 2005, and my dad was telling us as kids, if you run around, get lost, wander off, and stuff like that, a man named Evil Roy Slade's gonna come over here and get you like that. So ever since then, I think of Albertsons. It's like stay, by Dad, or Evil Roy Slade's gonna come get us or whatever. But years down the road, we hear the movie Evil Roy Slade. Like, oh my God, that's where you got it from? He goes, yeah.
One time once again about tornadoes. So my mom was like, we need to be serious about tornadoes. They're an issue. And for some reason, it's going to be like, they could destroy the house or something tame. She tells me this story about like that one time there was a tornado and this 2 little kids were outside and they were thrown into the tornado and was thrown around. And the little girl was thrown so far that she hit the floor and died, or like hit rocks and died from bleeding. And the boy was thrown into a lake and drowned. And I was like, and still to this day, it still scares me to think about that could be. Yeah, I don't know why she told me that, but like it still scares me.
You know what?
That's true. It just scares me.
It's like back in 2010, we had like 2 tornadoes, one on Hendricks Avenue, and I'm just gonna say streets now.
Funny story. So one time
from. What's up?
You can keep talking it. I'll wait.
I was gonna say I remember telling this in a different group. But my dad works for Wells Fargo, which at the time it was Wachovia, and I think he was on a lunch break, and he said he found a tornado outside his office window. And he took a picture of it from where he was sitting at lunch, or I think he was sitting in the car. And that is currently our desktop background.
Why?
our living room PC. And we called it Wachovia's tornado.
Oh, so one time, true story. So one time I remember, like, I was outside with a inflatable pool, and the tornado siren went off. My mom freaked out, and my dad was, like, at work. And he was like, I think I see 2 tornadoes, or 2 big, or 1 huge tornado, while he was trying to drive home. And that was scary. But for some reason, one time I was like at daycare, and I was forced to eat food that I didn't like. And the owner was like, well, I guess the tornado siren went off. And she was like, oh, I guess, well, if you don't finish, you can come downstairs in the basement. I'm like, Jesus. So I finished eating. Luckily, because, my life was on the line, I finished up quickly. I remember running down to the basement, and I just see the kid laying at the stairs waiting for her to get her diaper changed or something. And I'm just like, it's not the time. And I was just like, well, I just like lost for words, and I still ran downstairs. And I think my sister was like kindergarten during the time.
I posted a picture I was talking about in chat.
I need to see it. Like, why?
I think he took it from outside his car.
You sent me that picture before. I think it was in another group.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
a little group. I think this is off like Deerwood Park area where Wells Fargo is in that area.
Anyway, so did your parents ever say something that traumatized you?
Yeah, when I was little, this is like my first memory. I feel like when I was little, obviously a baby, and my parents were trying to get me to break the habit. So what my mom did was, they would fall out of my mouth onto the floor. So I was in bed, I guess, but I remember this. My parents were both at my bed. My pacifier fell out of my mouth, and I asked for it back, and I was like very scared of ants. And my mom said, oh no, ants are all over it. And she's like, no, you can't have this anymore. There's ants all over it. And then that was like very traumatizing, and I never sucked on a pacifier again because I thought they all had ants on them.
Seen that time when I was over at my cousin's house, and my sister stepped into a fire ant pile, and within seconds, her whole body was just full of fire ants. So Mama, what she did, her first reaction, pick her up, just throw her in the pool.
Oh my god.
Throw her in the pool, and got all the ants off right there. She got a few bite marks, of course, because we're fire ants. But still,
That kind of
They're nothing to mess with.
Yeah, that reminds me. So one time my job would be like, I would always get like the mail from my parents. And for some reason, I was on my bike, and I was riding around, and I had my helmet on. And I asked my sister, is there anything in the mail? And apparently she, quote unquote, says no, but I'm convinced to this day that she said, I think I asked her, did you check the mail, or is there anything in there? And either, I think she said no or yes to like one of them. I know she just said no, so I would be like, let me check the mail to grab it or get the mail. I open it, there's nothing in there. And I was unaware, and there was this, I thought a bee. So I was like, and so what happens is, so you know how like if you have a helmet, like the belt part would get like around your ear, go over your ear. So what happened is this quote unquote bee got stuck inside of my ear because it was stuck between the thing. So I was like, let me be super nice and help it out and like move like the thing.
No.
Apparently that bee was a wasp. And it stung me in the ear, and like apparently this like hornet nest the size of like a freaking softball was underneath the freaking mailbox, and I was chased all over by wasp, and I just remember screaming and crying and running away. I think I even ditched the freaking bike. I just ran up to like the front door crying because the wasp kept stinging me. And I remember like how bad I think I was shirtless for some reason, but like I remember having to take my shirt off, and I was covered in bee stings, and I remember one was so big it looked like a freaking wart or like a zit.
Oh my gosh. I remember one time we had a cycle palm in our front yard, and Mama was just going to go check it out. Next thing you know, a wasp comes out and stings her, and it just causes her like the natural reaction to run back towards the house. And she runs back halfway there, and the wasp goes and follows her and stings her once again. She goes, "You little bastard, what the hell was that for?"
Oh my God. And the worst thing is that I still blame my sister for that situation. I could have prevented it.
Yeah, my brother would always tell me the story where when he was 6, our family would always like go to the river because we had a boat. We'd go to the river, and when oh my gosh, I keep on repeating this. When my brother was 6, he got stung by a wasp in the middle of his stomach, and he had a whole red wing around his, not wing. Oh my God, I can't talk. A circle. I'm mixing up my words so much. He had a whole circle around his stomach, like around the little
belly button. I got you a second belly button.
Talking about 6, I want to share this.
ASMR. I can give you ASMR.
Sure,
How about we don't?
ASMR.
Two totally different.
I can talk like Mr. Dowd at church. He's got that soft monotone voice.
I was gonna say talking about 6. I want to share this.
Listening to his lessons, it's I can never stay asleep or stay awake with him in the meeting because his voice just.
I don't like ASMR. I don't like
me neither.
Yeah, the whisper.
Me neither. It makes me feel like I'm ear. Has anyone used? I may be the only one that uses this term, but do you know what the term ear rape means?
Yes. Oh my God.
I like whenever I listen to it, I feel like my ears I'm being ear raped. Or the same situation whenever I listen to rock. Or whenever I listen to rock music.
Yeah, I only like the ASMR when they're like cooking. But like, they're doing something with food.
But I can watch them if the volume's off.
I don't get ASMR because like when I was introduced to it, like they were like, look, and I just see them eating like a freaking hairbrush, and I was like, why? Is that even sanitary and safe? I just can't even imagine how that feels to eat.
Like made of chocolate or whatever.
No, I think it was an actual freaking hair. Like they didn't take a bite. They like took like like those pointy parts from the hairbrush. Like they took that thing off like it was a freaking real hairbrush.
They ate it?
Yeah, they ate it, or they at least put it in their mouth. I was like, I can't even look.
Disgusting? Question mark.
What I was trying to say is talking about sex. I want to share you guys this embarrassing story, but I want to see if you guys can share an embarrassing story from your childhood.
No, not me.
Lenny? Squirrel?
I'm gonna get you on mute.
Lenny, is she going AFK?
Maybe. No, I'm here.
I mean, I think.
Remember, I am Lenny's alt. I know everything she does.
I'm in the middle. I'm multitasking while I'm listening to you guys.
Well, I was asking, do you have any embarrassing stories to share from your childhood?
I have to think of a good one.
What about that one that you were talking about? Like, it's like the you're like trying to go to the bathroom somewhere. You like enter like a different dimension.
Yeah, that was from just like 2 years ago.
That wasn't a childhood one, but I was like on your Q&A or whatever.
That one honestly was so fucking funny.
Wait, what kind of question is that?
So what happened is I went to this restaurant and I went to the bathroom, but when you went into the bathroom, you like entered a room, and then to the left, say, was like the men's room, and then to the right was the women's room after you entered into the room. So then so I took a right, went to the women's bathroom, and then I went into the women's bathroom, but after I went through that door, it wasn't like the toilet room, it was another room that was just like sinks and mirrors. So then I went through another door, I just kept going straight, and then there was like a room full of stalls. But then in the stalls, they also had sinks, so it was like really confusing why there was a separate sink room. So I went to the bathroom, did my business, washed my hands inside of like the bathroom toilet room, and then walked back into the sink room. But like in the meantime, like I forgot how many doors I went through, I guess. So I walked into the sink room, walked out of the sink room, and instead of like then taking the door to like leave, I entered another like square room, and I was supposed to use the door to go out to the restaurant, but instead I just kept walking straight. So then I walked back now I'm technically going into the men's room, so I walked into a sink room, and then I like looked, and it looked identical to the women's one that I just came out of, and I was like, how the heck did I get back in here? Like, I literally, like, it was the same. I was like, how did I get back into this room? Like, I literally just left this room. So instead of, like, turning around, I just decided to, like, go forward. So then I opened up a door, and then that was where the men's urinals were. And there was, like, peeing. Like, he literally was, like, actively peeing. He was probably, like, so
actively peeing.
And then he, like, zipped up his pants and then was like, hello? And then I don't know what he said or something. I don't remember. And then I was like, how do I leave? Like I was in like his room, and I asked him how do I leave, and the thing is he wasn't like he literally was a waiter, like he worked there, so like I had to see him then too the rest of the night. But it was so funny. I was like, how do I leave? And he kind of like laughed, and I don't know if he like realized I was being like dead ass serious right away, but then he was like, okay, and then he like led me out, like, you know, to like how to get back out to the restaurant. And he was like, I won't tell if you don't tell. Like he said something like that and like winked, and I was like, and the thing is he probably thought I was like drunk, but I kid you not, we just got there and I hadn't even ordered even a drink yet. So it was like I was like stone sober.
That's great.
Like, what?
That's just fantastic, man.
I feel like I just watched that video all over again with the Q&A because
when was that the Q&A? I missed it. I wish I was there.
I think it's the first video on her channel.
It was one of the first.
Oh, I thought it was a Q&A, like a quiz that you guys did.
No, it was my very first video. I told that story. It was the most bizarre thing ever, too. Especially because, like, I don't know what, like, state of mind I was in. Like, I was tired, I think. But, like, it was weird because instead of being like, oh, sorry, like, I'm, like, watching this man, like, finish peeing, kind of. But, like, he was, like, finishing. But instead of being like, oh, sorry, I was just like, how do I get out?
Okay, so here's my embarrassing story. I went to
finish peeing, but can you help me figure out how to get out of here?
Yeah.
You know,
finish peeing first, and please put it away in zip. But how do I get out of here?
It's legit, like in the happy death day to you. Put it away.
I went to a bathroom that had like nothing but mirrors. Like the wall, each wall was a mirror, even the ceiling was a mirror.
Was a mirror?
I felt so anxious.
God, I can't do that.
I think so too. That was back in like the Holy Land in Orlando, Florida. But like I was so scared. I said, "How the heck do I get out of here? I'm getting really dizzy. I need to get on a different bathroom."
By the way, so funny. So
Mine
here's my embarrassing.
too.
Okay, so let me share my embarrassing story. Some of you might know it, some of you don't, but you're not gonna forget it. So, I don't know how old I was. I think I was like in first grade or in kindergarten, and we were learning how to spell numbers correctly, like 1, O, and E stuff. So at the time, I was kind of angry because I was trying to tell my mom I wanted chicken nuggets for dinner, and she kept ignoring me. And she was like, "Okay, finally, how many do you want?" And I thought I would be a cool kid if I could show them how I've been learning how to spell. And I wanted 6 nuggets. So I started with S, and then I got stuck because I didn't know if it was what was the middle one. I knew it was a vowel, and I was between E or I.
Tell me.
And I went with E because it started with my name. So I was like, I want S.
I want 6 chicken nuggets.
I can't even hold it. Let me hold it. I wanted S.
Oh, I got one then.
Nugget.
I got
In front of my mom. And also,
That's amazing.
the funniest thing is my sister was like legit behind me. And when I said it, her mouth just like dropped. And I still remember it.
I have to do embarrassing stories. I can't really say I remember it necessarily, but my mom still won't let me live it down.
Okay.
I was probably about 4 or 5, and we took my dog to the vet. And my family was pretty good friends with the vet. He was a nice guy. And he's like, "So Megan, what do you want to be when you get older?" You know, my blunt ass goes, "I want to have big boobs."
Oh,
Right in front of my mother, my grandmother, the male doctor, the nurse. My mother, I think my grandma told me she turned like 12 shades of red. It was, yeah. That's
No worse than that.
think of that way.
You just said
No
big
worse than that
boobs.
one time when back in
And I cursed myself too, so it's even better.
wow.
no worse than that one time.
I'm still laughing from both of those. I'm laughing from both of those.
Going
These
back
are
to like
funny
I want
stories.
6 chicken nuggets thing. No worse than that one time when this one girl named Lexi. Like, I think we were trying we were playing some game and she was it. It could have been tag or something like that. Like we were trying to get into places where she couldn't get us, and we were like trying to. Like I said, her name was Lexi, and everybody was like making saying something that rhymed with Lexi. Me, the ignorant one, not knowing what I'm saying, said Lexi, sexy, and like, what? What'd you just say? I'm like, oh God.
Oh shit!
Exactly, and yeah, I never heard the end of it the whole day.
One of something recent, it's not really embarrassing for me, but this kid's gonna grow up and probably be embarrassed. So I worked with him. It just happened like 2 months ago, if that, maybe a month ago. I worked with him. He's like 2 years old. And obviously we had like a good relationship, as like he liked me, he liked coming to therapy, everything. And his parents always, either his mom or his dad or both of them, always sat in on the sessions, and he did pretty well. But the thing is I guess he like had a crush. He has a crush on me. And the one day, he usually gave me like a hugs goodbye, but like a lot of the kids that I work with usually do give me hugs like before they leave. So what happened is he gave me a hug, and like I was down at like his level, like squatting down, and he went and he grabs my mask and pulls it down and literally gives me a big kiss on the lips, like dying. It was so cute and so sweet. And then I was like, oh, and his parents were like laughing, and they were like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And I was like, it's okay. Like, I was just not expecting him. Like, okay, it's one thing to like give me a smooch, but like the fact that he had to rip down my mask so he was like going in for it.
Dramatic.
Makes me wonder how long he was planning
It's
to
gonna
do
be the
that.
new Disney
I
romance.
know, right?
Yeah, he was just thinking about that all the time you've been
I
working
gotta
with
get
him.
past that mask.
It was like so purposeful too. I was like, the fact that a 2-year-old like knew, like, oh, let me pull down her mask.
He's like, I'm gonna be romantic.
Ooh.
I was literally like shook because his parents were like, oh my gosh, they thought it was so cute and so funny, but they were like, I'm so sorry, and I'm like, I'm not.
Apparently they're just dying.
I was like, I was not expecting that.
So a 2-year-old has his first kiss pretty early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, he was
cute.
going in for it. He was like, I'm gonna do this today.
I'm gonna kiss my therapist.
I know. I was like, dying.
Like, that kid was out there with intention.
Yeah.
It was so purposeful. He was
He's
like,
going to go to kindergarten and be like, guys, you won't believe it.
he's a little flirt. He's
Me
gonna
and
be
my
a flirt.
therapist.
I was like, oh my gosh. I never had a kid do that to me before. I was like shook.
Honestly,
Cute,
I wasn't surprised that I legit when you said he had a crush on you, I was like, not surprised. Honestly, I feel if you're a therapist, Lenny, you'd probably be the best therapist.
Oh,
Honestly, I would want you to be a therapist. To be fair, I've not had the best therapists a lot of the times. One time my sister had a therapist, and they legit said that she is a maniac and needs and is gonna be an outcast unless treated in front of her face. So you can
That's why
tell
we're here.
the level of. And I feel like
I,
I do need therapists, but like I don't want to because like either that fails or like they're like, well, how does that feel? It's like I feel like it's like they just say the same things and it's just like not fun.
Yeah. Well, for me, during my sessions, I always told like the family of their care, like even if like today was like say it was a really bad day with a patient, I still pick like 1 or 2 highlights like of what they did really well, and then I walk out and like tell the family if they weren't sitting in on the session, tell the family like, oh, they did this, they're doing great, because like I feel like you never want to like just always be so, even if there is negative, I would not want to like say just all negative things. Like the only time I ever tell parents like something that needs to be addressed or like caregivers is if someone did something like incredibly inappropriate, like, and then that needs to be talked about so it doesn't happen again. But like otherwise, I usually don't say anything like negative. I always like pick the highlights, like for like just the weekly report. But then when it's actually like sitting down and doing like a reevaluation, I tell them literally everything. Then
Makes sense.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go now because I still have a few assignments to get done.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start going soon, but
bye.
but also it was fun talking to you, Lenny. But also, I know that you'd be a great therapist since I've done stuff before, share things stuff to you. Also, I don't know how people can hate on therapists.
Well, I feel like it depends on what type of therapist. So I'm like the speech language pathologist, like so speech therapy, like cognitive memory, all that type of therapy. So like some people have like really bad things to say about speech therapy. If they were like, say someone who stutters, a lot of times people who stutter like hate speech therapists. But then other people.
Can I set up an appointment? Because I have a bad stuttering problem. Can I set up an
Do you
appointment?
really have a stuttering problem?
I kind of.
It comes and goes.
I don't know if I have a stuttering. I just struggle with words, but I think that's just English. But more to me is more of mental health and
I got a thing with
I guess a kind of language though. Like I have issues with communicating with friends a lot because like if I'm upset, I don't know what to say. Sometimes I lose it.
That's me all the time.
Literally one time I got upset because like, so I once said this before, I hate when people are like, oh, I'm gonna come to this party or something, and then like after like two and it's like maybe 10 minutes before party, they're like, oh, sorry, I can't come. It's like, seriously?
That's annoying.
Yeah, and literally one time, so it happened with one of my friends. We were waiting maybe 20 minutes after the time they were supposed to come in, and they were like, oh yeah, sorry, I'm in Minneapolis or like some other state. And I was like, are you serious? you could have told us, because you would have probably have known by the plan, and they didn't say anything. And then I'm just like, and then they're like, oh, you always get so mad and snap. And I'm like, well, it's annoying when you say you can make it and then you don't after several minutes, after the time you said you would come by.
Think of it as if it was to happen to you, how would you?
Yeah.
Would you be
And then they're like, what? And then they were like, it's like you have terrible communication with, and you're not good with people. And I'm like, well, to be fair, I legit once got a friend who just bailed on me, and because I was like so upset, and and then the worst thing is we're not even friends anymore. But that's not the thing that ended our relationship. You wonder what ended the relationship? Me asking why they're ignoring my texts. So I was trying to text them a lot. They weren't, and I was like, why aren't you texting me? My other friend says you've been texting them too, so it's like, why haven't you responded to any of mine? And they sent me this passive-aggressive video saying like, oh, I haven't been texting them for a while. It's been as long as you. And it's like, why are you being this rude? And then like they haven't even texted me. I think I texted them like last summer. They haven't said a word.
Wow.
That's rude.
People suck sometimes.
But hopefully I can talk to you guys again soon. It was a lot of fun, but I need to go because it's a school night.
Yeah, I gotta get up at 7 in the morning, but I'm probably gonna regret staying up late, but you know what?
It's worth it. Bye.
Yeah.
Love you guys.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Take it easy. Yes, I had to do it again.
Easy.
I'm just over
Yeah,
here
I
making
think-
bracelets and rings and shit.
Ooh.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Yep.
Can we see? Or
I can send a picture. Hang on. The bracelet has sea turtles on it.
Ooh.
On the phone. Oh, that's his phone. Oh, there's my phone. 1 second. Let me get in the chat on my phone. Ignore the paint-covered laptop board.
oh, so that's what that was?
Yeah, it's a lot of paint.
I like those
Why are
rings.
you blurry?
What's on the rings?
Beads.
I'm just used to blurry things that doesn't bother me.
Just making beads. I'm just screwing around with a bunch of random stuff I have.
It kind of reminds me back when I was in high school, they had moon bracelets. My ex-girlfriend made me actually, she went as far as made me a necklace. And then the Spanish girl goes in there and she says, it's mine now. I said, no, the freak is done. You better get that back. And then that was, at the time, my girlfriend. I was like, freshman. I'm like, no, that thing's too valuable for me. Once it's made for someone I like a lot, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Shoot, that's nice.
Yeah, those look really cool. Are you gonna sell them on your Etsy store?
You what?
Are you selling them on your Etsy store?
I don't know.
I think you'd make some, quite a bit off it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I keep buying random beads at Goodwill.
Oh, Dollar Tree actually has some pretty good ones.
Yeah, they do.
And I know my store, or I say my store like I own the
You're
place.
right. I
but
said that too, don't worry.
Yeah, there's like 300 a pack or whatever
Yeah.
They're
for
dumb.
$1.
Like in general, Dollar Tree's doing really good on their stuff nowadays.
Oh yeah, I remember back when me and the freight manager at the time when she was with me, we like the Crafter Square like had to extend a lot, and I think mine was like the North District because me and Kat had been with the company for a long time, and so. And I'm very OCD when it comes to stocking. So like we have like a pack of a case of 36, 18 and 18. There we go. Let's do it.
Yeah.
And so when John comes, he goes, "Oh my gosh!" I'm like, "Kat, I'm gonna cry the day this thing gets messed up, because I have too many customers in here just want to just tear the place up. I said, I'm just gonna get some like many pictures of this as I can. I probably still have them.
Maybe I'll go to Dollar
The
Tree.
second they get to it, it's going like hell.
I used to go to Dollar Tree every day. Well, on like a weekly basis, I used to go.
I go to Dollar Tree every day.
Well, you live there.
Go at least a couple times a week, if not once a week.
I'll see
I
you
love Dollar
tomorrow.
Don't like that. I go to Dollar Tree every single day. Like take a break from it sometimes.
I get that.
Like everyone like in my community, like the neighborhood just recognizes me in the car. It's like, hey, I saw your car out there. It's, yeah, that's why I'm here. That's why you see me here.
Yep, I live here.
Are you the Dollar Tree
Yeah.
that's next to the Chuck E. Cheese?
Wait. Oh yeah. Over Regency.
Yeah, near the mall. Like past
Right there.
Dill.
My friend Brittany is a manager at the Ollie's.
Oh, there's Ollie's down there. I never go down that far.
I used to eat at the China buffet right there next to the Dollar Tree, but I don't like that one much. I like to go to the Sakura buffet next to Chuck E. Cheese. That's the better one, if you ask me.
Love how you guys can actually talk about stuff you guys know.
I'll see you at Dollar
I
Tree
know, I love
tomorrow.
it. I don't ever meet anyone that lives in Jacksonville. I'm plenty of Florida, but not Jacksonville. So I just, everyone's like, what?
I know,
I
it's
love
so
it.
weird because we literally live so close to. It's like it's one thing if you lived in Jax, but like say all the way at the beaches or all the way like across the river.
West side.
But we're like on practically like the same strip.
That's just hilarious.
I'm just
I love it.
waiting to find. I mean, I of course I went to church and I was looking over at my windows if I can find his car, and like I couldn't because the car's too damn short. There's like a line of trucks in the lane. Like I can't see him. I'm gonna smack the car in front of me if I don't look where I'm going.
Yeah.
Okay, problem with that. Would he really drive or would he just take Uber?
I think he would drive because he would probably want to pick up the ladies with the nice McLaren. So then again, Pat does live near the beach, and it is like a 20-minute travel. So Lily says he doesn't like to drive much.
I don't know, but the thing is Ubers are like kind of hard to get now because they've been hard because of COVID. So I don't know.
That and gas. Gas is getting harder to find as well. So
Yeah,
like, I know.
I drove to 3 gas stations before I found one, and then when I was driving home, it's like a half tank to get to where I was going and a half tank to get home. And I was in St. Augustine, I was in Anastasia Island area, and I was like on yellow, and I was like, it was like 11 o'clock at night. It was on Wednesday. And I was like, oh my God, if I don't get gas. And like, thankfully, what happened was really funny is I went to BP, but I guess they closed right at 11. And they just like turned black as I pulled it. Yeah, and I was like,
hey, look, the Lenny's coming. Let's go and shut the doors real quick.
Yeah, that's literally what happened. Like, I pulled in and the lights went black. And I was like, are you serious?
It's like me when playing Stardew Valley. It's like I'm trying
She's
to go
popular
there.
in Moses X.
Yeah, you don't let her get gas. And then, but right across the street was Racetrack. And I've noticed like the racetracks have always had gas. If you're out looking for gas, the racetracks have consistently had gas, while the other smaller
I used to
ones don't.
think Racetrack by my house was cheaper, but it's actually not. I think there's Racetrack and Wawa. They just built the Wawa recently, and they're like in competition.
Wawa.
Yeah. Wawa. Well, I prefer Wawa because I'm from Pennsylvania. We had Wawas like for a long time. But I like Racetrack. They're definitely like so similar.
I think the first Wawa I've seen was over at Southside and Beach. I said, what the heck kind of a name is that?
Yeah, that's like
Sounds like my niece, like Wawa, da.
The first time I came to Florida, it was like right when Wawas started coming up in Florida. And when I told them I was from, like some people that lived here, when I told them I was from Pennsylvania, like this was like years ago, and they were like, oh, we just got Wawas. Like we're just getting now Wawas. And I literally was like looking at them and I was like, what? Like, why are you telling me that's a gas station? Like, why is that like a big deal right now? Like, granted, I like Wawa, but I'm like, I was so surprised that people were like talking about it, like we had something in common. Like it's like what
Yeah,
the
it
heck?
became a thing recently. I would say recently, like five maximum. I would say like give or take years ago.
Yeah, I would say like
I forget
5
time
years.
flies that now I'm out of high school. So
Yeah,
Isn't it now?
literally. I would say like 5 years ago sounds about right.
But I think they built the one nearby my house like last year, maybe 2 years ago. I actually don't know. Like I said, time flies.
I remember when I was in Miami like 3 years ago, because I know they're like slowly popping up. That's when like people were like telling me that they like just got one like in that city like near them. And I was like I don't know why like this was like the thing to tell me. Apparently like people know Wawas and they like wanted them, which I was like, all right.
Shoot, I mean it's a good place if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean it is. Wawa is like in Pennsylvania. I always had like the cheapest gas typically. And I just
if you
like
want really cheap gas, you go to Racetrack on Forest. Racetrack on Forest is always cheap if you ask me. Like Beach and Forest. I mean anywhere on Beach Boulevard, especially right next to my south side. I said, why is this cheaper than my neighborhood? I gotta like drive like 15 minutes just to get gas, like burning gas to save money on gas.
True. So I live near town center. All like the Racetrack and the Wawa is so expensive always. Like town center gas is like always a couple cents more than everywhere else.
You got a lot of activity down there too. So of course we're not gonna, like I said, drive 15 minutes burning gas to save money on gas.
Yeah, I know. It's like, is it worth it?
Nah, I'd rather just get the extra penny.
Yeah, I don't really mind too much. I'm not going to go out of my way. Unfortunately, like where I'm located, the gas stations like are a pain in the butt. Like they're always like across the street from me or something. So I'm like, dude, like they're not like, you know, around the corner. Like I have to do a little bit of driving, but
I could literally walk out my door and take like maybe 100 steps and get to a gas station.
Well, actually, there used to be a Shell station, like literally like walking distance, and now they tore the place down and they're making a Starbucks. In the Starbucks, like the Winn-Dixie in my neighborhood, like it had like a building there. You had Healthy Bagel, you had Starbucks, you had Sweet Frogs. Now Healthy Bagel and Starbucks closed down. I don't think Starbucks closed down. I think they go wait for that building to be done first before they close it. But the place. And yeah, but I'm not sure what's going to happen to Sweet Frogs if there's 2 shops going to close right next to it. Yes, Sweet Frogs. Like nobody's heard of Sweet. Like what the heck is a Sweet Frog? It's an ice cream shop.
I never knew Sweet Frogs until I moved here.
What even is that?
Froyo. It's a frozen
It's
yogurt.
All our frozen yogurt places around here closed up years ago. I miss them.
We had like Froyo and Menchie's in Pennsylvania.
Bento. Is there a Bento in Jacksonville? I don't think I don't know.
I don't know. Bento is like the bento burrito, or not? Like this bento sushi burrito. Is that like what you mean?
Sounds bum as fuck.
Because we have a bento sushi burrito.
There's a Fusion Sushi like walking distance from me. So.
And then there's Bento Asian Kitchen.
This is a long one. I don't play.
Let's see. Oh,
Bento Asian Kitchen sounds a bit more. Here, let me look it up real quick.
I think is it Bento like we have a Bento Asian Kitchen, so like I feel like it's the same. Oh yeah, we have a Bento. It's in town center.
Okay, that's why I didn't know about it, because I don't ever go down there. Yeah, it's closed right now, of course, because it's 11:18.
I get sushi from there.
Okay, yeah. Oh, okay.
But then I think we have Bento Sushi Burrito too, and it's literally just like a whole sushi roll.
That sounds amazing.
It's so good. I actually do like sushi burritos. Like it's literally just like the raw fish and everything. They just don't like cut it up.
Yum. Dude, every time I burp, it's an aquarium. I swear to God.
Sushi burrito express. No, that's not right. Queso sushi burrito. I'm not getting bento sushi.
I might be
burrito.
wrong about the name. I think I'm combining queso sushi and bento kitchen. So go.
There's Sushi Burrito Express. That's on South Side.
I don't know which.
And then And then there's Keizo Sushi Burrito on Southside.
I think I've had the Keizo sushi burrito. That's what I'm thinking of. They're actually pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. If you like sushi,
Sounds very good.
Honestly, I'm not much of a sushi fan.
Oh, I love it. That was literally my dinner today. So good.
Wait, this is what a sushi so sushi burrito is basically like a really, really, really giant roll. Hang on, it's not letting me send it. It's too powerful. It's so good. The first time I ever had one was in Reading, and I was like in love with it. And I don't get them all the time because they're like super duper big. And I usually try to finish my sushi, like, and not have
One sitting.
Yeah, because I have leftovers, but because it's raw, like I always get the raw thing. I just feel like sometimes a little weird about it.
Yep, same. Why do you think today I was in misery?
Yeah, you had to eat all of it.
Dude, dude, it's the one time a year I get it, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm ordering big or going home.
I mean, where's this one?
I mean, yeah, it's your birthday.
I love that shit.
Okay, so today is officially Girl's birthday.
Yes. 27.
Oh, that's it. Wait, 27?
Yeah. Ew. That looks
You're
so
young,
amazing. All it needs inside is like some freaking salmon roe or flying fish roe, and I'd be like so content.
Sounds good. That Bestie asked if we eat poke. I like poke.
Yes, I
Or
love
poke.
it. Love that stuff.
My go-to, I like seafoods, like sushi, of course. Last night I went out to dinner and I had the most amazing dinner ever. I got seared ahi tuna. It was like sesame seared, so it was really good. So like mostly raw tuna in the inside, with wasabi on it. I also had like raw oysters. I had shrimp, calamari. Oh, it was so fucking good.
Oh my god, amazing.
Uh-huh.
I love shrimp.
Oh, I went to Caps on the Water again. Do you know where that is? It's in like South Ponte Vedra.
It actually sounds familiar. I don't think I've been there, but it sounds familiar.
It's so pretty there. There's like a long wait, but it's honestly like the view is like really nice. You literally eat like on the water if you get an outdoor table.
Another place to go that's really like, you know, if you want to get like, you know, good seafood and a good view of like waters, like go to what's it called? Clark's Fish Camp.
Clark's Fish Camp.
It's over off Old St. Augustine Road in Mandarin.
Oh, I think I've heard of it.
It's really good. My brother-in-law and sister went there after their wedding. And so that was like, because their reception was like finger foods and snacks and stuff like that. But the main thing we had invited everybody to was the Clark's Fish Camp, and that was amazing.
That sounds good. I've never been there, but I've heard good things about it. I love seafood.
It's my livelihood.
Do you get good seafood in Wisconsin, Squirrel? Like I don't know.
Apparently, like I don't know good seafood, dude. Like I'm not a rich person, so I don't go to fancy ass places. So for me, Sapporo that I got today is like as fancy as I'll get, where that's like $15 to $20 for a roll.
Oh,
So
yeah,
I mean, I guess it's always extremely fresh for us and really good. So yeah, I mean, I guess we get pretty good raw fish over here.
That's good. I know it's like
Clark.
Lake Michigan and like Superior by you, so I was like, I don't know. I mean,
A lot of salmon, a lot of tuna, a lot of yellowfin.
Yeah.
In my opinion, the best part about Clark's as well is that it actually feels like you're eating like on a ship or whatever, because like that's how much of a, you know, that's what I guess that's what makes it feel so good is the atmosphere.
Yeah,
as well.
the atmosphere has always helped. Milk Bar. Oh my god,
It's like a covered ship, of course.
Okay, Bestie, I love Milk Bar. Milk Bar is so good.
That.
It's like it's like a dessert place.
Ooh.
I think they have ice cream too. I've been to Milk Bar in New York. It was so good. It's like cookies and ice cream and stuff. Truffle Welsh. They said, I've never had their cake, but definitely their cookies and ice cream.
I could happily enjoy ice cream now. But you know.
I mean, it's your birthday. Why not?
No, ice cream and me don't jam, dude.
Oh, really?
No, I just end up getting a lot of phlegm and coughing and coughing and coughing and coughing and coughing.
Are you lactose intolerant?
Quite possibly.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, and when you live in Wisconsin, the dairy state, it really sucks because everything is cheese.
Cheese.
Yep.
Yeah. That sucks.
Yeah, you know.
Why would that?
I just say fuck it most of the time and suffer because cheese and dairy.
Cheese.
You know, every time I think of cheese, I think of when on my way to see The Incredibles 2, my cousin Michael, who's Down syndrome, he has a swollen tongue. Of course, he's trying to speak as well, but Uncle Ed is trying so hard to understand him. And eventually, when he gets it, he says, cheese. And he said Michael would like some cheese. And so he just gets mad at that as well. I said, Uncle Ed, you're about to get strangled right now. Can you please not piss him off just so we can make the play safely?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I literally have it on video just because he was just, it was just, like, I remember I'm going to ramble a little bit. When I was just waiting for my brother to get out of school, like, I just, like, took that video and just started making captions out of it just for the fun of it. I have to send it to you.
Honestly, cheese is my favorite. Last night I did not get a cheese board because I felt like a seafood place was not the place for a cheese board, but
Yeah.
definitely fire always. Okay, wait. So what's a
Cheese
good
is like an
Wisconsin cheese? Like, what would, like, if there's a cheese from Wisconsin, like, what is it?
You know, what do you think, Garrison? If there was a cheese from Wisconsin, what would it be? Like the Wisconsin cheese, besides cheese curds, I guess.
Cheese curds sound good.
Probably like cheddar. I don't really know. We just specialize in like everything when it comes to cheese. Like you go to a cheese factory around here and it's just like everything.
There's cheese factories?
Dude, you can go tour cheese factories.
Oh
There's like
my
shops where you can buy fresh cheese. Like the cheese curds are so fresh from the cow, they still squeak and are warm.
Oh my gosh, that sounds
It's
so good.
amazing.
I'm just
I guess
getting
we
a
need to
craving
send
for
it
just straight up cheese right now. Like just a sharp cheddar stick of cheese.
Well,
Literally, if you want to tour a cheese factory or a brewery, come to Wisconsin.
I'll come visit you.
Freaking Wisconsin's on the other side of the world, isn't it? Or not
World?
the country.
No, we're not that far.
No,
We're
I
just
think it's like
popping over a
country.
little.
I mean, hang on. I'm bad at
Yeah, we're
geography.
just
I
up
mean, I
and
used
then
to know my
over.
states, like,
So it's a 17-hour drive from us.
That's
well,
rough.
I mean, I drive to Ohio once a year and back. And that's where my car came from, was Ohio. So I'm used to long trips, but not into a different time zone.
It's only an hour.
So
It's
Illinois
only an hour.
Only an hour.
from Ohio.
I'll get there in like I'll get there.
It's only an hour time zone difference. Not that big of a deal.
Yeah, so it's like technically a 16-hour drive.
Oh, you know, maybe.
I mean, back when I used to go to Definiak Springs, because I had a family that lived over there, and that's on it's like 80 miles east of Pensacola. It's like you gotta go into a different time zone there. It says it takes a 6-hour trip to get there, but really it takes 5 hours because they're going into a different time zone.
We're gonna drive
Technically.
all through Georgia, then Tennessee, then we go through like Missouri or Kentucky. Then we go through Illinois, and then we finally make it to Wisconsin. Wow,
Yeah.
I would suggest taking my car because I have comfortable seats.
Yeah. There we go.
I love Oldsmobile seats. That's one thing I really love about my car is the seats. They're perfect for long rides.
So me and
I have it.
Slayer are gonna come visit.
Okay.
We're gonna
Dude,
drive.
like, if you want to see cornfields and woods, then you come to Wisconsin. Like,
I'm on my way. Even though I have to work.
and cows.
I just like,
Lots
hey,
and
teacher,
lots
can I just
and
like
lots
call
and
out
lots of cows.
I mean, of course.
Yeah, like literally, like, and everywhere you look, there's a farm. Like, if you go out in the country, like, we're kind of more suburban because we're close to Minneapolis, St. Paul area. We're considered the metro.
You're in the polar state.
Yeah. So we are a little more built up, but you start going more deep into like Wisconsin, like up north and stuff. Oof, it's Hicksville. It is.
I would love that.
Like you go.
I love the countryside. Like I was just going through like the country just to go visit my other girlfriend at the time. Though she lived out in Fort McCoy, and when it was in Florida, Fort McCoy is a country, really country place. And I was just like traveling through fields, woods, and stuff like that. And I thought, this is amazing. I would love to make this trip like a lot more.
Dude, we have Trollhagen, which is like you can do like in the winter. It's skiing and snowboarding and that kind of stuff, and then they have skate parks and go-karts and all kinds of fucking shit. And we got all kinds of crap up here. I mean, it's not bad. I don't mind Wisconsin. I hate winter.
Yeah.
I hate winter with a fucking passion.
You see, I want to see which is worse, the brutal summers down here or a blizzard.
I'll trade you. I'll go down there this winter and you can come up here. You can come up here.
All right, so Squirrel's gonna hang out with me.
Yes, you can have like 6 inches of snow to like a couple feet of snow and like negative 32 degrees where literally your nose freezes shut. You can have that if you want it.
I personally think
I just wanted to give it a try. I just said try.
I've actually never had an issue with the heat here, honestly. I feel like I just like it super duper hot. So I'm always like, oh wow, 99 degrees today. That's a great day.
Boy.
My car, well, actually, if it's too hot, my car is going to ticket me and sputter. If my car is cold, then it's like, I guess it like knocks. You're like.
I certainly don't miss having to go out and start my car and let it warm up. Like, that was terrible.
That's what I got to do too. Mine's a 1997.
Oh,
so it's
that's almost as old as me.
Yeah.
It's older than me.
I was driving a 2004 up until right before I moved here. It was a nice car, honestly, but definitely don't like having to warm up my car.
We have a 2007 Dodge Caravan.
Hey, I just got rid of my 2000 Dodge Caravan because of the busted head gasket.
Oh, yeah. We like our caravans. We got another one parked in the parking lot, too.
I remember back in 2004 when we got that thing, because I remember before the Dodge Caravan, we had a Pontiac Transport, a bullet van, a 1994 bullet van, I used to call it. And I was I was like 3 years old. We got rid of it. I could never open it from the side because I had like those sideways flaps. Oh. And when we got the van, the Dodge Caravan, I said, I can actually open this door. I love it. It's like an actual bar.
Dude,
I was so excited.
We had probably the most janky vehicle you will ever meet in your life.
I will challenge accepted. I will literally DM you a picture of the van before.
And then you can go. So we had, what was it? What year? 2001? Yeah, it's just like a 2001 Yukon XL.
Okay.
This thing, we bought this. It was like, what did we pay for it? Like $700. Went to Minneapolis and got it. Dude, like, it was hit by a deer. So we're like, you know what? Hood's a little fucked up. It's not too bad. We'll take it. Okay. So the hood might have been strapped down with jumper cables and stuff, but it was good. It was good. But that thing, it went through what? 3 deer? 3 deer and a light pole. We hit another deer not long after we got it.
It's cursed.
Yeah, it was cursed. Garrison backed into a light pole, and we had a nice, lovely dent. Couldn't use the back doors. It ran like a fucking. That thing would probably still be running right now. Like, oh my god, that thing was a pile of literal shit. It leaked every fluid that could leak. It was. Oh my god! By the end of it, you should have seen the hood. I don't think you could. Oh my god! You had to really strap it down, or it was blowing in the breeze.
It wasn't that bad, but it was pretty bad. Like, I remember when we first got it in 2004. We took it up to Ohio. Was it that year? We bought it in May of 2004, and we usually go up to Ohio in July. And then coming back, Georgia and Brunswick was like really bad, like with the construction and the roads like that. And so we hit a bad bump in our, was it our tachometer or speedometer just like goes like out of control. We're like, okay. And just like, and we couldn't even get the thing into gear, so we had to like, tow it home and stuff like that. And then the second year going up, we had no air conditioning. in the van. And then that was like one of the hottest summers up in Ohio. We're like, okay, Dad's like, Mom was like, we're not getting this thing out to Ohio until you get that damn thing fixed. Like, okay. But there's like plenty of things that we had with that van for a good like 14 years that we had it.
Yeah, and God, we've had some doozers.
But not quite as not quite as bad as your Yukon, but that
Yukon was that was an interesting little thing right there, man. Poor Betty.
Betty
had been through everything and then some. Yes, her name was Betty.
I can't find that van picture. Let's see if I can find this. Oh, here it is.
Bye, Betty.
Betty, yeah.
I remember in 2018, it just you couldn't drive at 5 miles without overheating, and so it just sat in the driveway for a good 2 years, and so it just collected pollen. It just the paint was chipping, the tires were getting low and stuff like that. The battery was somewhat just dead, and so the thing was just an eyesore. And so I'll send you a picture of what it looked like for the past 2 years in the driveway. We just got rid of it recently. There was the drum and tea. Here it is. Jesus, somewhere. Where is it? Just there it is.
Oof.
Yeah. That was like a week or so before it left the what's it called, the driveway.
She's just a wee bit dirty. It's okay, not that bad.
Yeah, but you should see the back. Like the back had lots of paint chippings. The front, the top was very rusted, and so I think it even leaked in the sliding door as well. That left sliding door, like you had to like slam it shut, and you like take that noise that shit. Like, oh god, that didn't sound too good. And I used to notify that thing as the squeakmobile because we could never get the squeaking to go wet. Either the shocks was squeaking, or the fan belt was squeaking, the water pump, or something like that. And that thing that's hanging down on the bottom thing, the van, that was that got torn off at one of those parking bumps that you find in spaces, and even scraped the bottom of our windshield wiper fluid, which it kept saying low wash, low wash, low wash. You have to get it.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure in our green van, ours is broken too.
This guy was there for the past 2 years before we finally got rid of it.
Yep. We had an Audi. We had a little rusty Audi for a while. That little thing, we went tubing with our friends. I swear, I wasn't actually drunk. I had one drink prior. I was not drunk, and I will go down in history saying I was not drunk. Whatever, Garrison. But, so when we go to there's a little bridge, and you can go down in the water, and you can go start the tubing. And right next to up on the hill was a town hall. So there was a mailbox there. So he had pulled in, and I thought he was parking, and I thought he was good, and we were good. So I opened my door, and, he kept backing up. Yeah, bent the freaking door on the mailbox. Oh. Let me tell you, that was interesting trying to get that one shut. So yeah, how did we manage to get that shut? We had to bend it back and shit. Oh my god, it was so bad. It was,
the things you gotta do in order to say that van that we had has been around. We took it up to Ohio 3 or 4 times, and the first 2 times we had trouble with it, of course. But and the funny thing is, the person across the street from us was a mechanic at the time. And we said, "What's a car you would not recommend getting?" Just so we know what to look for. And he says, "Dodge Caravan." I'm like, "Oh shit."
Okay,
we just bought it.
In the chat, I'm going to put pictures Garrison sent me of the Yukon Betty. You can judge for yourself how bad she is.
Poor Betty.
Yeah.
And we were still driving her.
It looks like older than 01.
It might be. I don't remember a 99 or 2000. Might have been a 2000. I don't know.
There's a lot of mismatching.
Yeah, there was a lot of mismatching parts. It didn't have a headlight, and oh my god.
Those aren't even the proper headlights for that.
Is that a Tahoe's headlight?
No, they're Silverado headlights from an old.
It's even worse.
Just such a Frankenstein, mangled, put together piece of crap.
You gave it the pass?
Oh my god.
Dude, we were still driving it when we got rid of it. She was struggling, but we still did it. Like, she did it. She was pretty good. Her engine was really good. It was just the body that was shit.
To the window.
The back window from when he hit the fucking pole.
Why did you drive around the window like that?
Yeah, that's top sedan. That's top sedan.
Yeah, that thing had been through heck and back again, the poor thing. Oh.
If only I was sure of our 92 Lumina. That Lumina was, I used to joke that we used to throw burgers on that thing because it got so hot. Like my dad would get home because he worked at Bay Meadows, and Bay Meadows is like 5 miles from the house. And he says, you got 20 minutes before the thing just like smokes up on you. And so he used to come home, park the thing in the carport, pop the hood. I'm like, Dad, you got to get rid of this thing.
So he wasn't lying about the 20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes. That's all you had. And so
I have to do that with the Yukon too. Pour water in it so it didn't overheat.
Dad always had a gallon of water in the And so then we go, in 2008, we bought our Ford, and we still have it now, and it's now starting to have a bad transmission, so I don't like driving that Ford.
The janky cars.
Yep.
But you know,
It was practically legal.
it was practically legal.
I got pulled over one time, and the cop said that as long as I would cover up 50% of the window, it was legal.
Only in Wisconsin is one headlight, a broken window, a fucked up hood.
Yeah, he said
and all that barely legal.
He said my blinkers worked.
Well, not your right one. Your right blinker didn't work.
Well, you know, it's okay. We put our hand out. Not a big deal.
Yeah, that's what you did back in the old days. I mean, sometimes the van would actually have an electrical problem where the blinker was, you have it in the blinking position, and it just wouldn't do it. Like it was some electrical problem.
Surprisingly, your headlight is not my main reason to laugh. It's the window.
Oh my gosh! If we had like a
just jumped
broken
out at him, guys.
that's
Don't worry.
Van to shame.
When poles attack, careful.
I put my van to shame.
Watch out. They really hit you hard.
I mean, the only bit of, I would say the dings and dongs on my part, the only one that was my fault is I backed into the yellow pole in the daggum parking lot. That's the only one that's my fault.
That's what he hit the Yukon, how he hit the Yukon.
But I didn't hit it. I tapped it and I pushed it. It was like going really bit gently.
Man. Which one was the one that when you did the lights?
What? Sam Hill is that?
What did it used to do?
How do you even get in that car? The wheels are blocking the
The
door.
headlights don't work, so I don't hold the headlights.
Audie Garrison had to hold the headlight switch back to be able to have headlights.
Oh my
Like
god.
the entire drive.
Like when you flick someone when someone has
Hey,
flick them, I just had to hold that the whole time.
I kind of think we should I think you'd be happy with our Dodge Caravan instead of that old Yukon. Oh my
Perfect
god!
for us. Like, we have really low standards. It's okay.
Yeah, but
We got pretty good.
it's like 150,000 before we got rid of
money
it.
on it when we bought it. It paid next to nothing for it.
That's a good deal.
Yeah.
It works.
I mean, it's got rust, but in Wisconsin, you're hard pressed to find a used vehicle that doesn't have rust.
I mean, if you guys got salt, if you guys like salt the roads because of the snow, you're gonna have rust.
Yep.
Because underneath my car is very rusty too because it's been up. Oh my god! Look at the chat.
Oh my god. That looks like something that would happen in Wisconsin. Wait, if I put Wisconsin in the gifts, does anything come up? Like crazy
See,
stuff?
I'll try it.
Cheese heads. Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, 1848 of that. So I thought Florida memes were the best. Like, and it all came from Jacksonville too. But Wisconsin.
Dude, we have some weird people out here. Like, literally, you'll go up north to like Amory, and it's not even that much farther north. And you'll just see people like riding tractors to the grocery store and shit, like to the gas station.
Oh my goodness.
Like, they're just driving tractors
Just now
everywhere.
from
Like,
that
The place, like up north is where you'll get out and you'll find just needles lying places.
yeah, like literally, it's meth heads and farmers. That's about the extent of up north.
That's it. What's around?
That second gif is so accurate.
Right.
This is more like Florida. Yep.
Just a shirtless dude with an American flag. Yeah, it's cool.
In a tropical storm.
Yeah, because why not?
I actually found a video online of somebody washing their car during a hurricane.
I mean,
Like, why?
if it so compels you, if you feel the need right then and there to wash your car, I mean, okay.
I remember Florida went, or excuse me, not necessarily Florida, but Jacksonville went a long time without having a hurricane. And the next thing you know, Pat moves to Florida, and then we have Hurricane Matthew, Irma, and what's the other one? Dorian. I'm missing a couple. Maria hit. What's that?
You knew who the problem.
Yeah, exactly. Even Matthew hit Florida twice.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't get him the first time. Let me try again.
Yeah, except he hit like Orlando. But Matthew actually ended up ripping off like a lot of the Jack Spear as well.
Yeah.
I remember Pastor took us around in the Buick after Irma before. I said this place was like annihilated. It's just a Category 1, and it's just this whole place is just everywhere. Like, I actually have a picture of a burning tree across the street from my or across the boulevard.
Damn.
I was wondering because I was walking around the neighborhood. I said, "What is that?" And yeah, tree fell over.
Damn.
Oh, right there.
It was like right across the boulevard. Like, it's like felt the ground shake. I said, "What the world was that?"
Is that even that's in the chat?
Yeah.
Is that a bikini? What the fuck?
The cursed bikini.
I can see why.
Oh, robes.
First bikini.
Congratulations, you just traumatized somebody in chat. I mean, listen, I work at Dollar Tree and I have like a lot of homeless people that hang around, so I've seen a lot. So
I bet people at Dollar Tree see a lot.
Yeah.
yeah, especially in my neighborhood. I mean, my neighborhood in particular is it's a really good neighborhood. But I'm just going to say it. St. Augustine Road, all the way from Phillips Highway to San Jose, is just nothing but shady. And everyone in Jacksonville knows what Phillips Highway means.
Yes.
That's just like everybody in like this part of Wisconsin knows what's meaning. Like when you say someone's from north of Highway 8, you know what it means. You know.
It might be because that's the Phillips Highway in Centerville, especially over in the Midtown Mall.
I just think it's hilarious no matter where you live when there's a certain area you're like, yeah, don't go over there. You know the kind of people that are over there.
Well, I feel like I'm
funny is
Burlington area by JU is pretty bad.
Yeah, way up there. Yeah, especially like that Merrill Road, Fort Caroline. That's not a really good area. Arlington, number one.
You drive through Arlington, get close up to JU, and it's like, oof. I know why people tell us to avoid that area.
Because whenever I'm doing a deposit with Miss Donna, and there's like a lot of ones in there, like just keep putting on ones on the counter, ones. I thought this is like, and next thing you know, we make a joke and we answer the phone. Thank you for calling Dollar Ho. How may I help you? So like, this is Phillips Highway after all.
Yeah.
Love it.
Donna's got all of the jokes to tell you.
Nope. Nope, get out. Stop it.
Get out.
He goes, but when I open up my drawers, he likes to go in the drawer and then go like actually inside of like the dresser. And it scares me because I don't want him to get stuck.
The neighbor's cat. Back when I was driving the van to work, I didn't want to break down any boxes. I was trying to break down some empty boxes just so I can help clean out the garage.
Mm-hmm.
And I had like 6 big boxes in the van. I had like plenty of space. And so I opened up the doors and I try and get the boxes out. And then the neighbor's cat decides to just jump in the van and just like call himself home. I said, boy, get your butt out. You don't live here or whatever. I said, you are very bold.
Aw.
Surprisingly, never tried to escape.
Really?
Yeah, they've been really good. Like, you can leave the door open and they're just like, I have no interest.
I'll just
Yeah,
say,
Theo and Cleo, they really do enjoy like just going out into the hallway.
oh my gosh, the magnified mirror. I was staying at my aunt's house one time because I dog sit sometimes because their dog doesn't like to be left alone for too long. He got separation anxiety. And my Aunt Paige has a magnified mirror in her bathroom. And I was washing my hands after I used the bathroom, and I happened to look in the magnified mirror, and this is like when I just first woke up. And the first thing that came to mind is, you are really rocking that bed.
Theo, stop.
And like I just like I put a wall mirror on my door, and that's the same thing. Like I just woke up and I see the door. I'm like, there you go. You should, or not wall mirror, body mirror, like a very like a long and skinny one. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna put the photos in the chat. The float up photos.
Float up. I love how like on Instagram when I like so many cat and like just animal pics and videos like on or posts on Instagram all the time. So like everything I see apart from like the people I follow, like it just says you're all caught up. Continue scrolling through Instagram. They're all like animal stuff. So I love this like I have like a few that I've saved just because they're just irresistible. Like I have to go back to them. Like one of them was a dog with a high pitched bark. Just kept barking and barking and barking. He was hurting the other dog's ears. And over there, the dog, after a little bit, just gets tired of it. And it's like, shut your mouth. I'm like, whoa. He said LMAO, Casey's just like me or whatever.
And the dog is like, you're too noisy. Leo only meows when he wants food. Leo talks a lot.
Mika never shuts up.
Let's see if I can find that.
He's a talkative boy.
Oh.
Tika don't talk much, but she's getting more where she does her deep little trills. Like the
Oh, I love the trills. They're like my favorite.
yeah. Nika will be like, oh.
Yeah, this is the video I'm talking about. This is the video I'm talking about. And in the video, it looks like the dog's eyes just like turn red, like he just got possessed with the demon. I said, "Oh my god!"
Shut up.
You know, that's exactly what they were saying in the comments. Like, that's what the dog said. Shut the fuck up. Like, it actually sounded like the saying, "Shut your mouth," but I could hear it either way.
Yeah.
If I could send it in Discord chat, I would, but I don't know how. Here, let's just try.
Just a chunky boy.
Hey, leave me out of this. I'm kidding. There, that's it.
Excuse me.
Chunky boy, so cute. It's so, I hate that I'm allergic to them because I just like snuggle with cats all the time.
I could never be allergic to them. I love them so much. They're my little children's.
Yes, me too.
I don't care. I just cuddle. Like my brother-in-law used to have 2 cats, and I always would sneeze and just get scratched throat, watery eyes, sneeze, and I don't care. I just go over there anyway. I'll just pay for it for the next day.
Yeah. Cats are worth it. They may be little assholes sometimes, but they make up for it.
It's amazing. As soon as she knocked over my cup of tea, I was pissed.
Yeah. I literally have watched Mika just sit on the freaking counter and knock a glass off, looking at me dead in the eyes.
Look, glass I didn't break, but we had carpet as well. So we're like, I gotta get tea on the carpet, and they're like, give me the hysterical look. Like, what you gonna do? Look, your cat.
Yeah, you can't get too mad at him. Like, you can get mad at him, but you can't get too mad at him.
Exactly. What should they give you the baby for?
Pulling this plate off the counter.
Well, my mom had made a chocolate whipped cream dessert one time, and Garrison and I had brought the rest of the pan of it on the bed to eat because we're like, fuck it, we're gonna be fat asses and eat at night. So Tika was in here with us, and we finished the what was left, and we put it on the bottom of the bed. So we got up, we take it to the living room, and I hear, and I look up, and Tika is face first licking the whipped cream out of the freaking pan. No, this cat does not eat human food. These cats, I have given them sushi, like sashimi grade fish, and they will look at me like, what are you trying to feed me? Like literally, you can put it to Mika's nose and he will back away like you've given him the most offensive thing in the world. But she's licking freaking whipped cream and chocolate out of the thing. I'm like, yeah, she loves cheese. Like if Garrison's got a cheese stick, that cat's there. She loves cheese. Smoked cheese too.
Yeah, it has to be.
Our cat has acquired taste for smoked cheese. She fancy. She got a bitch ass attitude, so.
Well, of course.
Dude, she's a fucking bitch. Oh my god. Holy crap, I can't pet her without her nailing me. But she loves my mom and she loves Garrison. I don't know, I think she resents me for bringing Mika home, and Mika attached himself to me.
Oh no,
yeah.
Oh no.
He's such a little turd, but he's so cute and fat.
You also sure Ralph, right?
Ralph's?
Ralph, the orange tabby I was talking about a decade ago.
Oh, maybe, I don't know.
I love that. Ralph, he was a nervous Nelly, but he was, gosh. I miss him. I mean, ever since neighbor moved, the neighbor passed away and his girlfriend came and took Ralph.
Aww.
Yeah, exactly, but but he's probably dead by now because it's been so long since 2013, if I'm not wrong, since he moved away. But I tell you that he used to be over our house all the time. Either he'd lay on the step, act like he got shot.
Dramatic.
And he's roll around. Yeah, he's that lazy. Just sitting with his arm hanging off the step and stuff like that. Always over there meowing hey, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Can you come pet me? Come on, man. But next thing you know, we're just sitting on the porch. Ralph's over here sitting on the other chair. Mama sneezes, he takes off running.
Yeah.
A lot of times you find him sleeping on our little porch swing that we have, or he's always over here for some reason.
Yeah. Mika is definitely a very, very anxious boy. That cat has very bad anxiety. You can ring the doorbell and he's gone. You knock, he's gone. The fire alarms, they went off twice last year, very close in proximity to each other, like a matter of a couple days. Drew put himself into a freaking UTI. Stressed himself into a UTI. Like, yeah, he has to have calming collars, and yeah, he's a handful when it comes to like everything scaring him. Like, you can move your foot and the cat will shoot up in the air. Like, he is scared of everything.
I'm guessing the 4th of July.
He is terrified of his shadow.
I'm guessing that the New Year and the 4th of July is a very bad day for him.
Yeah, he does not like thunder. He doesn't like anything loud. Very, very, very skittish. Yeah, I don't know. He was taken from the mom pretty young. Like, the woman told us he was much older than what he was, but we took him to the vet and he was like 4.5, 5 weeks old and like barely weighed anything. The doctor's like, well, he's malnourished, but he's sturdy. Well, boy, did he pound out to be sturdy. He's like 14, 15 pounds, if not more. Ugh. He's just a chunk, and he loves food. Yep.
Sounds just like Ralph.
Tika's a prissy little picky bitch. Like, you put food in front of her, and she'll turn her nose up. Like, she's only like certain things. She likes those little squeezy, lickable treats that you look like they come in like a tube. She loves those things, but that's about it. You give her a regular can of cat food and she won't touch it. Yeah, I've never had a cat like her. I've never had a cat that did not like wet food. Like, she'll like gravy, but that's about it. I don't know. She's very fussy.
I mean, with enough chunk on her, she'll have a lot to last her.
Oh yeah, I mean, she's not that big. She's like 9 pounds compared to him. She's small. She got a short little tail. He's just such a big old thing. I didn't expect a little teeny tiny, lightweight, skin and bones, big-headed thing would turn into that massive chunk that he is.
He's cute.
Oh, he was so... Let me send a picture in chat. He was so adorable when he was little. He was just all head and eyeballs.
Please do, because I'm seeing a lot of elbow in chat.
I see that. Oh, he was just the sweetest, cutest little thing when he was a baby. Like, it was the kind of thing when you saw him, it melts your heart, because he's just so cute. Precious little boy. He's just so... I got the picture of him in the freaking... he was in a paper bag. And you'll see by the size just how tiny he is compared to that paper bag. He was so teeny. Now he lays in a paper bag and the whole front end and head stick out. Like, he's just an enormous honking horse. But he was so cute when he was little. He lay in your chest and just purr and purr and purr and purr. Now he lays in your chest and he suffocates you. Send faster, Discord.
I was going to say, because next thing you know, I see Dora and
Elmo on the toilet. No, thank you. There you go. You get a little cute boy.
Oh my
God! Look how tiny he is in the paper bag.
One of those keychain toys, or those keychain.
So little.
Yeah.
God, I loved it. I missed them at that age. His collar was too big for him. He was so
the energy in the world.
I know, right? I totally miss that age. Like, that age for kittens is the funnest age when they're that big and they're just like so sweet. We didn't even have him on the lease when we had inspections. So he was laying in that bed he's in the second to last photo, and he was passed out. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna hide him in the closet. Yeah, he slept the whole time in the closet in my hamper. Till we finally got him on the lease. Didn't make a noise, just passed out. He was such a good little boy. All head.
Oh God, he said anyways. Please
oh no. Oh no, no. Tika wasn't as cute when she was little, but she was cute. Let me see if I can find Teek. We got her a little older. Oh, I'll send the video of her being adorable. See if it will work. You know those metal carts people carry groceries with? Like push groceries with? Yeah, we have one of them because we live on the 3rd floor. So we had it hooked up, like folded up, leaning against the wall, and hopefully the video will send. She was climbing all over it, being goofy. She was a funny kitten when she was younger. She played a lot, was really sweet. Didn't really like being handled that much, but nowadays you can't touch her without her meowing at you. Well, Garrison, you're special, okay? Maybe she only purrs in your arms and when we're in the bathroom and she's got to rub against your leg.
Just you, at least. Anybody else would be like, no, I don't know you. Get away from me.
Oh, it did work. What are you doing, Tika? She's being a goofy girl. She was pretty. She was pretty when she was little, but Miko definitely had the cuteness factor on her.
I was afraid she was gonna fall.
Right? I was just like, girl, you're making me nervous, but I'm gonna videotape you because if you fall, that's your own fault. Like, you got yourself into that.
Anyway. The next thing you're gonna find out on Instagram.
Right? This is the same cat that literally when we moved in, we at our cupboards we had like holes underneath. And we literally had to put canned goods and like boxes and shit up there because I had to pull her out by her tail one of the first days we had her. Or else she would have been stuck up in her fucking cabinet. She got into everything. Silly girl. I love how Lenny is just like probably off doing something else. We're all just multitasking while we're doing this.
I'm packing boxes.
I'm making bracelets. We're multitasking.
Packing boxes?
Yes. Anyway, I'll send my file. It's very...
Yeah, I just, I can't help but laugh. The people who doxed you thought they're doing something awful when literally you're moving like ASAP soon.
Yeah, I know, right? I was like...
Like, go ahead, dox me. You're just going to harass whoever lives here next.
I know. Like, whatever, people.
Right? Like...
I know you probably don't need much help, though, but if you ever need help, like, moving anything, just... I know it's kind of weird to offer this to someone I probably haven't even met yet, but, I always love helping people move, so if you need help, ask me.
What were you saying? My thing, like, dropped.
Yeah, it's okay. I know it's kind of weird for me because I haven't actually met you in person yet, though, but if you ever do need help moving anything, like lifting, stuff like that, I wouldn't mind helping you out.
Oh, thanks, I appreciate it.
Because, I actually really helped my fellow before. That was like an all-day job. That was like, I didn't realize how so much stuff can just come out of a one-bedroom apartment like that. This just kept coming and coming and coming. So I know he needed
I know.
help.
It's, and like I have mostly like smaller to medium-sized boxes overall. But it's like insane. Like I'm like, why do I have so many freaking like I don't even it's mostly coming from my kitchen. That's the thing. Like I have a very large kitchen and like the amount of stuff I have is like insane.
Yeah. When my brother-in-law and sister first got married, they had like so much like wedding gifts, but they really haven't taken them out of the box yet. So it's like all these stuff like everywhere. Like the utility room was full, the attic, they even had some stuff in the attic as well.
Yeah.
All the wedding gifts.
Yeah, right. And because my sister is having kids, they realize they're having it so soon. Like, yeah, you know what causes it? Yeah, that's why it happened. So, but so they needed a bigger place. They went from a 1-1 to a 2-1.
Yeah.
So it's putting everything, like everything's all out and out of place. And we're trying to get everything, like put that in the image room, put that in the kitchen, put that in the bathroom, put that in the closet, the utility rooms, whatever. And it's like, everything's just, like, are we going to fit everything in here? Like, that's how much space, that's how much stuff they had.
Yeah. And I felt like the same when I was moving into my 1-bedroom. Now I'm moving into 3 bedrooms. I was like,
3 bedrooms.
But you can give the cats a room. That I'd kill for a 3rd bedroom.
Shoot, like you got your bedroom, you got your office, you got your cat's bedroom.
Exactly. I guess
See, the
that's
house, a house that I'm looking at, I actually have like two bedrooms. So one for my office, one for my actual bedroom. So that's what I'm looking at. But the house needs to be fixed up before I do anything to it.
Yeah.
Or before I do.
Having at least one extra bedroom is honestly so convenient. Like, I'm glad that I'm leaving a one bedroom because the one bedroom is like, it's like, because you don't have room for anything else.
I get that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, especially because I just can't believe how much of a space difference there was. Because in the old apartment, they had like a living room, kitchen, utility room, and bathroom and bedroom. But in the actual the two bedroom, it's like a proper house. Like, you actually have your hallway, you have your two bedrooms and stuff like that, and it actually had a dining room in this one too. It's like doubled the space. But of course, rate was pretty jacked up.
Yeah, of course, with that. Because with the one bedroom, you just like walk into your kitchen basically. But like the more rooms, and like you said, it's like you're an actual house, and like it's so nice.
Right. I mean, like, this is. I wouldn't say it's as big as the house I'm at right now, my parents' house, because we have a 3-bedroom. That's a 2-bedroom, but it's close.
Mm-hmm. A 2-bedroom, but my mom occupies one of them, so it's pretty much whatever Garrison and I can cram in our room.
I guess what makes the kitchen feel bigger is that in the old apartment, the kitchen had like one entrance. It was like pooched out somewhere, like just a room. And with this one, you have your hallway and dining room in there, so you have like 2 entrances to the kitchen, so it feels a little bit more big.
Yeah.
And of course, with my niece up and running now, she can like run around in circles, kitchen, dining room, living room, hallway, kitchen, dining room, living room, hallway, kitchen, dining room.
Just run around.
So she can wear a little. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
She's adorable, but she's also a handful.
You help take care of her?
Yeah. I mean, I work most of the time though, but Mama usually goes up there and helps take over. My sister's at work, Daniel's at work. I'm just going to say the names. So, yeah, Rachel's currently in Tampa right now. She had a job because with the OT, the occupational therapist, actually quit. So she's actually down there temporarily just for a fill-in position.
Yeah.
She's a certified occupational therapy assistant working PRN, which is as needed. So PRN gets paid so much more than full-time, but full-time is guaranteed.
Yeah.
I'm jealous. My mom was like, she went to school for that pay. I'm like, yeah, I know.
I don't know. The pay after going to school is definitely worth it, but it's like sucks being in school that long.
Yeah. Because I remember she tried nursing before, like the FSCJ North Campus as well. I think back in 15, back when she was in nursing class, it started to flurry outside. She was, oh boy, it's actually snowing outside. Can you act like children for a few minutes and go outside in the snow?
Enjoy.
Like you have all these nurses going out, or future nurses going outside playing in the snow real quick and then go back to class.
Yeah, don't blame them if you don't see it very often.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like the last time it actually snowed in Florida was 1989.
Oh my gosh.
Well, apart from the flurry in 2015, but yeah. Like what was I doing in 15? I was in 10th grade.
I was 2 years out of high school.
2015, I graduated high school.
1989, Mama was on her way to work. She worked off St. John's Bluff, and all she did was make a right-hand turn to Beach Boulevard. She started spinning out of control on the snow, and she's like, "I'm gonna hit something. I'm gonna hit something. I'm going to hit somebody." Eventually, when her car stops spinning, someone goes up there, "Ma'am, lady, are you okay?" She goes, "I don't know. What just happened?"
From the snow.
Exactly. She was just take it easy on the curves. Don't hit your brakes too much. Just coasting the rest of the way. She goes, okay. A normal 5-minute drive took half an hour to go from Forest to St. John's Bluff.
Well, I love it. Us Wisconsinites would just be plowing through that. That's cute. That's a flurry.
Literally, though. That's how
1989 was not a flurry. That was actual snow.
Ah.
But yeah, that is where it actually stayed on the ground. But you see, I up to one because my grandmother had a steep hill for a driveway, like a really steep hill, And so I'm wondering, how did you get up and down that driveway?
Dude,
safely?
I wonder that every single time I see a steep driveway here in Wisconsin. Like, how the hell do you make it up there during the winter?
She says, okay, so how you get down it? No gas, no brakes, look both ways. How safely? I don't know. You ain't getting back up.
That's about right.
Okay, that's exactly what she said. I guess that's why the car stayed in the garage all its life.
Probably. Yeah, I get that. Like, damn.
That's why my car is in such good condition.
Like, I tell you, people up here, we don't care how much snow is. We are still going to the store. We are still going to the restaurant.
Well, look, Grandma lived in a small town, so, you know, somebody just took her like, hey, I'm going to the grocery store and come with. Okay.
That's nice.
In Florida, people like don't leave their house when it rains, and as like if you lived in Pennsylvania, you would never do anything.
Right now?
In Jacksonville, Florida, if you're caught on the road in the rain, please be careful because nobody is.
Yeah, everyone is psychotic when it rains.
My gosh.
They don't know how to drive here in any kind of weather, honestly.
Don't. I mean, I'm guilty of crazy driving sometimes, but never like that.
Well, it will like be a little bit of a drizzle, and then on their freaking roofs, like their car is flipped, and I'm like, like it wasn't that bad.
I love like the sprinkling and their washers or the windshield wipers are going like in high speed.
yeah, they don't put them on like
your panic mode.
The fastest.
I actually care for my wiper. Last as long as I can. If my windshield's dry, it's not gonna do any good.
Yeah, I know. Like you're, and then you have to hear that squeaking noise if it's like dry. So I'm like, what do these people do? They're just like chilling with that.
Weak. Yeah, apparently.
Okay, that's so cute.
Aww. That's adorable.
I kind of want to see his face.
Right? I feel like you have a big old fat face. Like he's
like the kid that makes a show.
Yeah, he's so cute.
So I just don't realize that's probably why Lenny sounds like she's far away because she's dealing with boxes right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm loading. Well, right now I'm packing up my liquor cabinets, and I have to bubble wrap all these bottles. Yikes.
I do with boxes all the time since I'm when the freight guy is at the store. 100-piece truck. Like, yeah, Soccer's already a mess, and we get like a 1,500-piece truck.
You know, my pangs of box. I hate boxing stuff. It takes
I'm
so
dreading
long.
the day we move. We have so much shit.
I know. The moving day is just. That's why I'm offering to help, just to make it get by faster.
Yeah, I feel that.
But you know, since we haven't really met in real life, so if you don't feel comfortable with that, I can understand.
I'm having my family, and then I'm having some movers. Like, I paid some movers to come, so I probably won't need. But I appreciate the offer. I could have actually used the offer last week because I was driving to my new place with like half of my load and like my car, just a lot of my fragile stuff. And I was like, oh my God, why am I carrying all these boxes myself down to my car?
Oh gosh.
It wasn't too bad, but I was like, yikes. I was moving a lot of like my plates and like glassware, so I wanted to like do it myself versus like having them being in a truck.
I was gonna say, I know you don't live on the first floor, right?
No, I live on the 4th floor.
Do you have an elevator?
I do, but it's still like walking down the hallway, going to the elevator, then from the parking lot, and you get through like a million doors. So I was like, this is so annoying.
Yeah.
Clank the whole time.
Yeah, and then people were like looking at me and they're like, do you need help? And I'm like, no, I got it.
I'm good.
I'm like, I got like a million things. So if you want, you're going to be helping me with a couple loads, not just one. But it wasn't.
You're going to help. I need you to be committed.
Yeah. So, I need you for an hour.
Yeah, right?
I hope you don't have any plans. Right, so.
Is this going to be an all day kind of thing?
Like, you
just from a move from a one-bedroom apartment, it took like a day and a half. Like, literally, he reserved that truck for a long time. Like, he even had like a bomb tag and everything. It wasn't one of the big trucks, but it was like the smallest truck you could get that had a mama's at it. He didn't think he was going to need that much. And when my brother-in-law drives any kind of vehicle, let alone a U-Haul truck, I'm going to stick to driving his car.
Yeah.
He drives a Journey. He used to drive a Buick, and then he got a Journey. Well, he had multiple cars in between that though, but still, like the way he drives his Journey, forget it. Like he jerks it way too, like jerk back and forth, on and off the gas. I said, you know what? I'm gonna drive your car. You drive the truck. I'll follow you. Just don't get into an accident, please.
That's how I drive. My friend Bree just called me out on Friday. She goes, "Why do you like step on the gas and off the gas like over and over again?" And I was like, I don't know. That's just what I do.
My gosh, you see, back when I was having my alternator changed, my friend Brian, he's a mechanic over, I actually don't know where he works, but he with, like, you know, I was going to have my alternator, like, you know, drop the car for this place. We're going to go to Napa Auto Parts to get the alternator, come back. We're on Atlantic Boulevard. Atlantic Boulevard's a 40-mile-an-hour highway. He goes and steps on it, gets the 40 and takes off. I said, I've never gotten to 40 so fast in my life. I mean, I could because I have a fast car, but I don't because I like to save my gas.
True. Yeah, no, I just like, I don't know, I like step on it to like get up in speed, and then I like let go of the gas because I'm like, oh, you know, I gotta chill out a little bit, and I'm trying to get pulled over. And then Bree's like, that's like so weird. She's like, why do you drive? Like, because
you see that would explain why you would think Memorial Hospital is 5 minutes from the Whataburger on Beach.
I get everywhere very, I do. I have like a heavy, I try not to, but yeah, thanks to
Garrison, he's got a heavy foot too.
You see, the first time, because I remember when I was going on 95 from Emerson only has like a little bit of runway before you're on the highway, and I really had to punch it. So the first time I ever got my car to go like jump to first and just go like, you know, just full force it, Mama freaked out. She goes, don't do that again, because it's not gentle. It is not gentle at all. Just like jerks in the gear and just goes like you're gone.
I bet. Oh boy. I used to drive an Infinity, so it was like that. It went really fast, but if you stepped on it like that, it was like you were gonna like jerk back, like slam on your headrest.
Head goes back and you're out of there.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, I know like my first gear has like, because I have long gears in the car. Like the first gear is like the powerhouse, and then the second one is not that. It's not meant for racing, but you still got good pickup in second. Yeah. And I believe I've tested it because when my sister had her baby, she was over at Baptist South, and it was like 11 o'clock at night. I was headed back up on 95 North. I said, there's nobody on the street. I wonder how fast this thing can go in second gear.
Pretty fast.
I was doing 100 miles an hour on second gear.
Damn.
Yeah. I said, okay, I'm going to make sure there's no cops and slow it back down just at least to 90.
Yeah, I know. Also, they're gonna like take your license away if they pull you over like that. I drive to Myrtle Beach. It's like 6 hours from here, and the one night I left at 6 p.m. So my friend's like, "Okay, so we got here at midnight." I'm like, "No, I mean I'm probably gonna get there at like 10:30." And she's like, "It's a 6 hour drive," and I was like, "Yeah, it's like 10:30. Like you can do it in like 4.5." And she was like, "What?" And then I
used to joke with Daniel all the time, like, "Hey, if you're going Daniel speed, you'll get there in 10 minutes. But it's really a 30-minute drive."
Yeah, exactly. And so then I got there at like 10:30, and Morgan was like, or Morgan's boyfriend Vince was like, "Oh, like how fast were you going the whole time?" And I was like, "I mean, probably like 100." And he was like, "Yeah." And then Morgan was like, "Yeah, Vince drives the speed limit, and that's why it takes so long to get to Jacksonville."
Steve's car is faster. But yours is. I don't
know. I don't have a fast car. I like slept like floor it the entire time. It's pretty. I have a Mazda 6, so it's pretty easy to get to like over 100. Like it's not like rattling or anything.
I tell you, guys, we're probably the only minivan on the freeway going 90.
I got the Dodge Air before.
Yeah, I'll do 100 a month minivan.
I mean, I didn't like the thing's pickup at all. The thing only went to 4,500 RPM, and that's it. Like I couldn't get the thing to go faster, and that's it. Like my loads up to 6,000.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just surprised because the thing is old. Like I mean, like a lot of the other old cars that I have only go up to 5,500, but this thing went straight up to 6,000.
Nice.
Revolutions a minute. Yeah.
Cool. I don't know what gear. I mean, mine's not like a gear shifter. I don't understand cars honestly that much. So.
Oh, I'm talking tachometer. Like this thing's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That thing. It's multiplied by 1,000. So like my tachometer went up to 6. Like that's as high as it goes. I mean, it goes up to 7, but 7's in the red zone. You don't want to do that.
I'll have to look tomorrow. I don't know what I am.
I'm just talking a bunch of car stuff. I'm pretty sure nobody's doing what I'm talking about.
My fiance does. He's listening. Trust me.
He's like interested.
A tachometer.
You could probably talk cars with him.
I know to an extent. That's it. Like I'm pretty sure when you start getting like really, really in depth, I'm like, yeah, same. I think.
I just smile and nod. I know nothing about vehicles. I don't drive.
At all?
No. I have really bad anxiety. And like the idea of doing that still freaks me out. So yeah. Sooner or later I'm sure I'll do it, but yeah.
Granny Joe hated the 2-way streets. And so like, the oncoming traffic used to freak her out like badly.
Oh.
Especially when going off like Hogan or whatever. Like I love Hogan Road. Hogan Road, like you get 2-way streets and you got like woods on both sides. And you don't get that very often in Jacksonville, like on the south side. But Hogan Road, it's one of my favorite places to go down, and a lot of times I like to pick it up a little bit, unless I have a grandmother in front of me.
Yeah. Good to go.
Out for a Sunday drive.
Yeah. Hogan's supposed to be a 35. She was doing it like at most 30. I'm like, you're really pissing me off. If there's no double line or someone coming in the other direction, I would have passed you a long time ago.
Well, in Florida, going the speed limit is going slow. You have to at least go 10 miles over the speed limit at all times. Technically, she was going like 15 miles over the speed limit. Yeah, 10? At least.
Okay, I was going to say at least. No, 10. No. We're not talking about 10. We're talking about like 15 and 20.
True. You need at least 10 miles over. Everyone, I can agree that 15 is the average. So, like, she was going technically, like, 5 miles under the speed limit if she was going 30 and 35.
Yep, that's exactly right. And she had a 109.
And then you can get fined for going under the speed limit.
I was complaining when someone's going 5 miles under the speed limit. She's like, it's not that big of a deal. I'm like, everybody goes, like, so much over the speed limit, and that's just like normal. So like 5 miles under is like very slow.
I love it whenever because my assistant manager, she drives a red Hyundai Elantra, and you see those all over the place, but you know which one's hers because she's the one going the fastest. Like I see her like coming up from like the other side of the parking lot. All of a sudden she's going at least 30 miles an hour in the parking lot. That's there's Donna. And next thing you know, she's complaining about me like this. I got stuck behind this. I can't remember entirely all the story, but she always like get into some incident with a cop, and it's like the cop pulls up the side of her, rolls on the window, gets the finger like, you know better than that. Like I almost got you.
I can't believe, knock on wood, I've never been pulled over and gotten a ticket.
I almost did. I was actually, because I had the engine light recently, and I was I was going to go to AutoZone, and over there where the AutoZone's at my place, it's like a 1-lane median, but the cars were backed up like 4 or 5 cars, and there's like the 1-lane median, and there's like the yellow lines. I was trying to pull up into the yellow lines so I can get into the AutoZone. Little did I know, there's a cop coming around the corner, and he sees me I think what he's thinking I'm going to do is cut in front of all the traffic to get in front of all the cars that go onto the street. No, I was trying to get into the parking lot. But one thing I learned from Donna is if the cop puts his lights on, find a way to get out of the car and get out. Like once you're out, once everybody's out of the car, you can't do nothing.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Like you put it in park and leave, they can't pull you over.
Make sure everybody, including the kids, are out of the cars. That's exactly what he did. As soon as he turned his lights on, I rushed into the parking lot, out of here. And so you can't do that now. My sister's like, you did not just do that. I said, yeah. She goes, oh my God.
I would not. And like, especially if you were right there, like I totally agree. I would not be. I'd be like, I'm literally in the parking lot. Like I'm not getting pulled over.
And I'm very, I like parking correctly, but this is the one time I'm just gonna park it however, like in this empty park, go.
Yeah, now I feel that. Like my box is never ending. Like I don't know. I feel like I packed so much, and I feel like I have not accomplished anything.
The thing that I have in mind is the more I pack, the more I have to unpack.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Unpacking. I don't know.
You get the fun of decorating it how you want to.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I look forward to about unpacking. But like I agree, unpacking is terrible. But I do feel like I don't know what it is. Like, okay, so unpacking, it's like, okay, so I empty out the box and then I can like recycle the box, like get it out of mine, flatten it. But like packing, I'm like pulling everything out of my cabinets, going into boxes, which are just sitting in the middle of my kitchen. And I feel like I'm not getting anything accomplished because I just like, it's just like growing. Like it's getting bigger and bigger.
I get that. It's like an endless pile of boxes.
Yep, that's exactly how it was.
It's never going to disappear.
I ended up taking some bulk boxes from Dollar because we don't have a baler in our store, so we just like take the bulk boxes and we just put all the small boxes inside. I ended up taking a couple bulks with me to Daniel's that time when they were moving, but even though we're not allowed to give customers or anybody the bulk guys, I'm like, I'm supposed to have it back way just because I need this. They have 24 tissue boxes of tissue. That's how big they are.
So when people say, because when I go and ask for free boxes, and they give me the tiniest boxes ever, and they're like, oh no, we don't have any of those, they're just not allowed to give them.
Well, you see, if someone needs boxes, just say, I have a thing full of boxes. They're all broken down. Let's see what you can find. If you find anything good enough, take it. Just not the big one. I can't get that away.
Yeah. Well, I went into Trader Joe's and I was shopping and I seen the guy breaking down boxes and he was in the back room and I literally poked my head in and I was like, are you just gonna throw those out? And then he was like, yeah, we're recycling them. And I was like, do you mind if I have some of those because I'm moving? And he was like, oh yeah. And he gave me 10 and the boxes were absolutely massive and so sturdy. And I was like, that was just so nice. He gave me good boxes. They were really good ones. And I was like, oh, thank God. Because everyone else was giving me really shitty boxes.
Candy boxes.
Yeah. And I was like, these things are so small and flimsy. Stop. And then Trader Joe's just gives me so many for free. And they were like, yeah, have them. And they even walked them out to my car. I was like, what? Trader Joe's is so nice.
You see, that's when I feel bad because I was working on candy. The last time I was talking, I was working on the candy aisle. I'm like, I only have this candy size bottle. I'm sorry. I don't have any. You went to the wrong person.
Yeah, exactly.
Snickers and the M&Ms, that's it. These little tiny later candy.
When I worked at Hallmark, we got super nice, sturdy boxes because all of our shipments were really fragile stuff usually. So but whenever people would come in and ask for boxes, for us, as soon as we emptied the box, we broke it down and put it in the recycling dumpster out there. So I'm we're not going dumpster diving just for this. We don't keep, because we didn't have our back room was so tiny. So I was we're not gonna be keeping boxes. So I'm these people need to come at the very perfect time if they ever want boxes. I get it, but
Hallmark actually has some pretty good sized boxes because Hallmark comes over to Dollar Tree. You know, he just leaves his boxes everywhere. It's like,
Oh, really? I love Hallmark. I used to work there actually.
so did my friend Haley.
I love Hallmark. I worked there, so now I'm
They
on
called it the old people store.
It is the old people store. I loved it. The discount. Cleo, get off it. Stop. You're too big to sit on the rose with me. So he